Hello, everyone. This is Defense Politics Asia, and my name is Wyatt. Welcome to the Open Mic. And so I today it's a little bit later because I went for a nap because I'm feeling very tired. Wait, I adjust my mic. Yeah, so I thought that I might not have enough brain power to process the conversations, which is why I only just started this now. Okay, so just do some setup first. I already did the setup, just that just wanted to adjust a bit more, so I feel more authentic. Okay, hi everyone. Okay, I'm just gonna say hi everyone in the comments also. Hi everybody. Okay, so hi Adriano. Hi Relentless. Hi okay, Hi Emmanuel. Hi Cheese Puff. Hi Vaughn. Hi Zukovac. Textured Fiber 93. Who is a multiple hero of DPA War channel holder. Hi Acting Sane. Hi Bor. Gazvoda. Hi Aki. Hi Clan Adventures. Hi Core. Hi Blame. I Ocean. Hi Joseph. Mr. Joseph. Hi Machin. Hi NGS. And wait. I need to close my door. Wait. Okay, cool. And hi Prakash. Hi Meat and Tater. Wahiyat meaning in Hindi, take it lightly. I don't know what is Wahiyat in Hindi. What's the meaning of Wahiyat in Hindi? Hi Robert. Hi Eddie. Hi Emotional. Demek. Hi Wonder Weji. Hi Harry. Fukan. Levan. Anton. Daniel. NGS. Musa. Is not 42. Fukan. Malush. Is Hawkeye. Hi Saifio. Oni. Hamza. Mummy. Hi, Mummy from Texas. Oh, I have a mother in Texas now. And hi, Terra Firma. Hi, Emmanuel Gamer again. So cool. So I hided everybody as much as I can now. So okay, wait. I need to share my thingy everywhere first. So I need to share this stream everywhere first. Where else should I share this? Facebook, and yeah. And now I'm going to put the join link so that you all can join. So as you last week I forgot, or rather I don't feel like it. I'm a bit lazy to actually end the stream on the main channel. So I just want to highlight that on the main channel, the Defense Politics Asia channel. How do you know is that the logo is black color? The logo of the channel is black. The stream will end maybe 1 hour, 1.5 hour into the open mic. So if you want to see the full open mic, go to the DPA IRL channel. So give me a moment. Okay. And then have I said Hamza? Hi Hamza again. Hi Victor. Hi Lev. Hi Tom Johnston. Well, mommy is so happy to be to be off today to see. So yeah. Well, you're gonna work on Sundays. What is the reliability of 600 Ukrainian soldiers killed where? Sorry, killed where? I do not know. So my last known information of the Ukraine war is from the last SIRAP that I announced, then which I published. After anything after that, I don't know yet because I haven't even looked into any of the sources. So now I need to drop the invite link. Okay, I'm gonna write this one first. The main channel, to join the open mic, please go to the stream over at DPA IRL. And then what else do I need to tell you guys to do? Remember to subscribe. I should just copy and paste this kind of thing like every week. Just copy and paste, right? Why do I have to like think every week? Okay, so remember to subscribe. Press the like button. Oh no! I should tell you to insert. To force insert your comment into the stream. Use the super chat. Okay. That I pin this message on the main channel. Then to the okay. Then the DPA IRL channel I need to change to join the open mic. Invite link, and then where's the invite link? Invite link, copy, invite link. Okay, the invite link is now on. It's in DPA IRL channel pin message. So a few things. On the screen at most there can be 10 people. That's the limitation of the platform. But of course, anything more than 10, I think is also a bit too much of a coffee shop. And also there will be 2 slots in the backstage, which someone is already in the backstage. You guys can guess who. One of the most regular person in the open mic. Okay, let me. Okay, I'm good. Okay, you can drop him in now. Pop. Hello. You're muted.
I said hello, everyone. Come on, get on the open mic or share it out so we can get people watching reality.
Okay, so let me set up my earpiece. Okay, I think. All right, so Von has been waiting for the open mic. Welcome. Is there still feedback? Setting audio.
Where's Alan?
Cool. Got it. No idea, man. Where's Alan? I think he got arrested by SBU or something, or yeah. by the feds. What? You are Russian?
Yeah, they found out. Belarus, close enough.
Or his local administration or councilman or whatever, go to his house. Where is your Ukrainian flag? No Ukrainian flag.
No, okay, I wanted to bring up the whole strike on Makiva and the Russians that got killed, and everybody's talking about how it's done. And I think what they're doing is we know now that they're obviously limited with how many of the guided HIMARS rockets they can get. They're getting smaller amounts of those, and those are obviously going to be kept for prime targets because they're guided and they can pretty much guarantee a hit on something. And I'm almost thinking, I've seen videos of like the Russians with the Mistra, and they're usually only operating in 2 vehicles, and they got an ammo truck and a fuel truck. And those guys can fire the Krasnopol guided 155 munition or 152. And it got me to thinking that, if you think about the electronic warfare on the Russian side, and then you look at the warfare on, the electronic warfare platforms that are available to the Ukrainians from, let's just use NATO as a catch-all. And I'll just wait. I'm not going to say too much. I want to wait till some more people get on. But I kind of have a theory about how this is going down, and I think the Russians are probably doing a lot more of it than the Ukrainians are, but we just don't hear about it because it's an everyday thing for them.
Yeah. Hi, Marco.
Hi, man.
All right. What's up,
Marco? I follow you on 1st March this year.
Oh, that's a long time. Yeah.
Long. My English is a little bad. Hi, Petrus, Ryan.
Hey, what's up?
I am for Serbia, Belgrade, and
interesting times for you.
Yeah, it's interesting time. Good time.
I'm sure you got some. Hey, have you seen those summer and crossbow guys walking around anywhere?
No.
I've heard that the Wagner guys are somewhere in, I think it's Mitrovica. Supposedly there's a cultural exchange going on between Wagner and the Serbian cultural people.
I heard in Wagner group 200 people, Serbs, come and join in Wagner group. But we have people who go in Donetsk 2014 and 2015 volunteers to fight in Ukraine, against Ukraine, in the rebels.
So they go over there to fight on the separatist side, basically?
Yes, yes. Famous fighter is Dan Beric, who volunteered in 2014, go in Donetsk Republic to fight, and he fight today.
Marco, are you slapping the table?
Say what?
Or hitting it with a pen? Because there was like a slapping sound.
Yes. Sorry, I'm nervous. This is my first chat in English.
You're good, man. You're good.
It's okay. You'll get used to it.
I watch open microphone full time. I know everyone how you thinks. Yeah. I recommended to follow Beric. He was he own a YouTube channel, and he report for Frontline.
Yeah.
He been
Hi everybody.
he been in Kharkiv, Kiev, Kherson. He been wounded.
Do they get do the volunteers that go over there to fight with the DPR or Russian volunteer, I guess, if they volunteer with the Russian forces somehow, do they get decent care when they get injured? Or are they kind of on their own, get better, and then come back if they want?
How he talk? This is okay. This is okay.
So if they get hurt, they get taken care of, and if they can fight again, they'll go back if they want.
Yes. He famous in Russia. He go in Duma. He go in FSB.
He's one of those guys that they like to get to The Hague, probably.
He's not.
Well, you know what I mean. He goes around and does things for what he thinks are a good cause, but other people wouldn't think it's a good cause, so they'd want to arrest him. I mean, I think that's one reason why a lot of those guys you see in the videos are always masked up, because eventually the war is going to be over and they're going to move on with their lives, and they don't want to be, oh, you're that guy from such and such, in Kherson, I saw your video, they want to arrest them and stuff like that. So I imagine that's why a lot of those guys keep their identities concealed, because you probably can't travel around Europe if they think you're in Wagner or if you were a volunteer for some foreign legion. I'm sure they'd love to snag you up.
He said 3 months ago, people from Europe come in Moscow, fight, to join the Russian army to fight in Ukraine. It's volunteer, but Russian government gives passport for that guys who fight with Russia. Don't matter you are American or or Englishman, or French or German. Where you go fight with Russia, you get passport Russia and your family if you want, and you stay in Russia and you get paid and you got everything you need. This is Hito, and I don't know what real state. no state, real stuff. I'm not sure.
Yeah, if you like a couple weeks back, we were talking about, the PTSD stuff, and I mentioned somebody I know, and I'm pretty sure that person has gotten back into Ukraine now, because I can't get a hold of them anyway, and I've done some snooping around. They've gone completely dark, and my only concern is it's like, I know he wants to go back there, but it's like, dude, you're going back at the worst possible time, because I would imagine that's a guaranteed trip to the front, and especially the Bakhmut area, because he would be in a foreign legion. So hopefully it works out for him. Hopefully I can see him again someday or hear from him again, but I'm pretty sure that's where he ended up, because based on trying to get a hold of him, and everything's gone. Like, he's not even there anymore.
War is hell.
Huh?
War, magic war is hell.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's in the UK, and he's been over there once before, and then this last time he was recruiting people and getting ready to go back again, and now he's disappeared, so I'm assuming that happened. I don't want to say a whole lot because I don't want to put him at risk, but I mean, I'm sure they know he's there because he's a foreigner, and hopefully, like I said, he stays safe and doesn't end up there, because I figure if you go to the Bakhmut, it's pretty much a death sentence. I mean, you're either going to end up dead or wounded, and it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of wounded. And even if you are, I mean, that only works if you get pulled off the battlefield. It doesn't look like that's happening either.
This is the war of the artillery.
Yeah,
artillery, I mean, got the war.
That's one thing that I don't think people realize when you look at some of those areas. I mean, there's God knows how many men that are just vaporized. They're never even going to know what happened to them. I mean, how many of the missing are just obliterated or buried in those bunkers and tunnels? Because, they work good to protect them, but I've seen plenty of videos where they target the entrances and stuff and smoke them out. And sometimes they come out, sometimes they don't. But, I mean, are they actually going to go around and dig out all these guys and bury them or figure out what happened to them? Probably not. I mean, not to be gross, but look at some of the shit going on around some of those pig farms. All the dead bodies that were left behind. I mean, those guys aren't ever going to get any kind of recognition.
I think that 80% or something like that is the death rate for of artillery. So 80% of all the deaths are caused by artillery. So that's
believable. I mean, when you look at those pictures of some of those areas, it's like there's got to be like thousands of craters of every size, and it's like there's no way. I mean, if there was any sizable unit there, I mean, how many of those guys are just gone?
I think it's normal. In most wars, I think artillery usually causes the most kills. I think in most of the wars, since artillery don't become very popular.
Yeah, it works.
You hit enemy. Well, you hit the enemy with respect with artillery. This is the war.
I think that's the difference between I think that's why USA in Afghanistan, right? They don't really or Iraq, they don't really experience the real war. Like, they have no total domination over the entire war space, and end up like when they go to Ukraine, as part of the private military contractors or foreign legion, they got surprised by the intensity of the war. Like you can just be in the rear, far away from the front, and just get hit for no reason. I think that was the one. I think the early war, the one that the missile strike on the Lviv, the training center, the NATO training center in Lviv. That was a shocker for so many of them, and they just quit. So many of them just quit.
Yeah, I mean, because you think about it, most of the time they were exposed to maybe some rockets, some mortars, and that was probably about it. And then now it's like you said, you're 200 miles behind the front line, and here comes a fucking cruise missile, and good night.
My friend was on a work trip in Ukraine last month, I think so. he was in Mariupol and in this area. He was in. He works on a railroad, so he worked on some project there, and he said to me that the life is normal in these areas. So the real problem is if you live around 10 kilometers from the front line. Anything that's more is good. So the life seems normal here. That's what he said. So
I would think that anything on the eastern side of the Dnieper is probably where the majority of the problems are. And then there's certain cities that are getting hit that might have problems, where there's targets. But, like I said, the West has not really gotten hit like the East has, and all the targets have along the, line of contact. I mean, that seems legit that they would focus on trying to keep the part of, the power on in the part of the country that's not really getting hit as hard. But I would assume, once you hit the, Kyiv being an exception because it's on the river and they obviously going to have problems, and probably Zaporizhzhia and what's the other big city down there? Not Donetsk, but the next one out from it. Anything along there, I would assume is having problems. But like you said, if you're way out in the middle towards Poland, you're probably, air raid sirens maybe, but probably not seeing a whole lot of action.
He was on the Russian side. He was in Mariupol. He was there, so he was on the Russian side, and he said to me that 10 kilometers from the front line, there's a problem in this area, but everything else seems normal. So this was really interesting. So I thought that
does he ever say? Oh, sorry. Has he ever talked about troop concentrations in the West? I don't want to get anybody in trouble or anything. I'm just, because we've talked about that before, because it would seem like with all the forces in Belarus, they've got to keep something back just in case. But at the same time, they've got to try and stop the Russians in the East. So it's like, I wonder, we've been wondering like how many troops are being held back in the western part of Ukraine just in case.
And, he was on working trip, so he wasn't in the area of a fight. So
so if he didn't see it,
he didn't see it. So it's really interesting. He said to me that he saw some military vehicles, but other than that, no fighting. So it's usually the interesting thing is why are the bridges over Dnieper still standing? This is really interesting to me.
My biggest thing is I think that the Russians don't want to blow up stuff they might want to use later. That's the only thing I can think of is, they're trying to get what they can get without destroying everything. And if they can save a bridge and use it, then great. But I think they're trying to get it on the cheap.
But if, for example, Ukraine retreats from the east side of Dnieper, they will blow up the bridges anyway. So there is this. Even if Russia managed to push Ukraine to the Dnieper River, Ukraine will blow up those bridges. So,
and you think, and see that, and you say that, and it makes sense. And you'd think, well, why wouldn't they blow up the bridges now? Just cut off the Ukrainian supplies.
Yes,
because exactly. Like you said, exactly what's going to happen if they have to cross them going the other way. They're blowing them as they leave, guaranteed.
Yes.
So why wouldn't the Russians take them out? That's the only thing I can come up with is they're going to try and keep up what they can so they don't have to fix it. But it seems to me, like you said, they would blow them up.
It would be because, exactly as the Surovikin say, that the whole operation is just to, take out the Ukrainian military. So there's no reason to blow up the bridges because you need them to come. Because there's a strategic problem with blowing up the bridges as well. Because if you can blow up the bridges, you can stop the resupply from coming. But it doesn't stop the Ukrainians from continuing to build up a military force on the western side. And the Russians do not have the means to cross the Dnieper easily. And so it's like, so what if you capture the entire eastern part of Dnieper River, but you cannot take out the Ukrainian military and they continue to pose a threat. So it might as well just let them come and then cause everyone to suffer unacceptable kills and damage and casualties to the point where the war can end in that way. Perhaps that's the thing.
Yeah, that's a logical thing. Yes.
Yeah, because you can imagine, let's say you blow up the bridges, the resupply cannot come. Of course, the troops on the eastern side would just be like taken out. But then
Yes.
once you push the Dnieper River, you can't cross it. Then you are also screwed. You know, for the Russian side, they also like, oh no, now we are going to have a stalemate.
Yeah, we sit around
or Belarus. Belarus is also the possibility. So attack from Belarus from high.
Yeah, I think that's one good thing about when we sit around and talk. It's like it's probably the same thing going on in the staff meetings and stuff, because it's like, well, why don't we do this? If we do this, it'll mean this. And then the other guy's like, well, if you do that now, then we won't get these guys to come in and kill them like we want. You know, I mean, there's probably, we're basically probably doing the same thing they're doing. It's like, this is a good idea. The other guy's like, no, it's not. And then we're looking at like, well, why wouldn't they do that? That makes the most sense. That's what anyone else would do. And then it's like, well, they're not doing it because of this. We don't really know. But yeah, I mean, I imagine it's the same thing. There's so many, I guess you could, for lack of a better word, there's so many opportunities on the table. They have to really pick and choose what they want to do and look at it, 5-10 steps ahead as far as, whereas we're probably just looking at like, oh, why didn't they take this bridge and move this way? And, that river's, crossable here, it's like we're trying to minimize it, whereas they're looking at probably the big picture. And, of course they've got all the information. We don't. We're just getting what, like everyone says, what they want us to see, and then we have to try and base our information off of that.
Yes. Around those bridges also, like on the dams, so you can't really blow them up, because if you blow them up, you're gonna flood the whole Dnieper. You're gonna destroy the nuclear power plant also.
Yeah, that's one thing I wonder about. I think, would Ukraine blow the dams, the hydroelectric dams? Would they do something to damage the plant, or is that the one thing they wouldn't do? I mean, to me, it seems like they would, just because they'd be desperate, and if they're going to lose, they're going to lash out. But then again, maybe if other people are in the chain of command say, nah, this is over with, why end on a bad note or make it worse for us, or expose themselves to like crimes against humanity and stuff like that. But I wonder about that too, because it seems like the bridges would be the one thing you wouldn't touch, or the dams would be the one thing you didn't touch, because you would hurt people on both sides. And then the expense of repairing them either way would also be something that would make them not want to blow them up. But I don't know, desperate times, they'd probably do whatever they got to do, and they were shelling the nuclear power plant before, so maybe they don't give a shit about flooding it.
Because in the last open mic, we had some discussion about the NATO strategy, right? It's like NATO is never meant to fight the Soviet forces head on. They're supposed to retreat and hit. They have to be retreating, doing strategic retreats to pull the Soviets while they do as much damage as they can. And I think that maybe the Russians are afraid that that will be exactly what the Ukrainians will do should they blow up the bridges and everything. So yeah, I thought that might be a thing. Hi, Christian.
Hello. I'm just wondering. I know that Božo is from Slovenia. Bor, where are you from?
How do you know that? I'm from Kran. But yes.
Okay.
Bor is also from Slovenia.
Yes.
And we're like 3 people from Slovenia. That's country.
Okay, so now it's time to start the new official language here is Slovenian. Okay.
Yeah, you all can start the whole open mic in Slovenian, and I was like, I can't understand the thing. So how come so many Slovenians in following? Like, what is the interest?
Yeah, it's
why
really
is it
strange.
so?
I think there's one more guy that's from Slovenia. So there's like 4 guys from a country
that's a huge percentage, right?
People. Yeah.
There's a huge percentage, as compared to the kind of viewers that I have on the main on the DPA channel. I don't remember having a huge percentage. Maybe I should go and check again.
There are 2 million Slovenian people, so to have 4 on your open mic is good.
Singapore have 3 times your population. Singapore has 6 million.
Happy Sunday, everybody. Happy Sunday, everyone. I just want to say hi real quick, make sure everybody's good.
Yeah.
How long are you gonna stream today? Is it a regular 5-hour stream?
What do you mean by regular?
I'm just curious because it's halftime right now for my game. We're in, so we'll get in the playoffs. So
halftime is how long? How long?
About 15 minutes. So I just wanted to pop in real quick, say what's up to everybody in the panel, and then pop out. I just wanted to see how long you guys are going to be streaming today.
Another 5 seconds, then I will be closing the stream. No, I don't know. My plan is always 3 hours, but it always overshot because the conversation is going on. I don't want to just end it abruptly, especially when we have very good conversations. I don't want to just stop it.
No, I get it. I just wanted to ask. It's when we're in. Sorry for detracting from the conversation, fellas. I just wanted to pop in, say hi. Why? I always love the show. Hey, real quick question. I saw a video from another YouTuber that said that apparently there was Zelensky broke a Christmas truce that the Russians and the Ukrainians had agreed upon. Is that true?
I don't think they ever even had a truce. The Russians proposed it. They never enacted it because the Ukrainians never accepted it.
Right, but they're both sides are Orthodox Christian, and I believe that their Christmas is celebrated on the 5th or the 6th, I think. And I think that's what they were talking about.
Yeah, it was like the 6th to the 7th, and I think the Ukrainians never accepted it, so they just never did it. And then some stuff happened, I guess.
I know the story. Apparently, leader of Russian Orthodox Church proposed it to Putin, and Putin accepted this, but it was never a deal between Ukraine and Russia. So only Russians did only defensive operations, while Ukrainians just continued normally.
Okay. All right. Well, look, I just wanted to pop in and say hi to y'all. Happy Sunday to everybody. Depending on my mood, you'll know how the game turned out. I'll see y'all in about an hour and a half. Peace.
Okay. Good luck to your game. Yeah, 1.5 hours. We'll be around. We'll still be around. Bye. Yeah. He strong dedication to the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. He loved his armored rugby. So so just now we have a super chat. I didn't show yet. So he was talking about Mexico, capturing Chapo's son. Ask us what do we think? Because Biden is supposed to visit, and then the to capture the son of the mafia is like, and I think this mafia is the most powerful mafia at the moment in Mexico, so it's a big thing. And I did a video on this. Any opinions?
I did hear a rumor. I did.
It's always go ahead.
No, go ahead, man.
It's always interesting to me that these I guess cartel leaders and stuff are seen by so many people as heroes in Mexico and these kind of countries. I'm not sure why. I'm not as familiar about it, but it's interesting to me because apparently there are riots and stuff like that.
Well, I did see an article with it regards to like a lot of the cartels. I won't say all of them, but I think it's like it's the Sinaloa cartel, which is one of the biggest. I think it is the biggest, and then they've absorbed a lot of them. Which one of them was the Zeta cartel. It had something else, but it was like the Zeta something, and they were like mostly made up of like prior Mexican special forces who decided just to go work for the cartels or be a cartel. And a lot of what they did was hearts and minds. Like they'd go through the city and give out food and help people out and stuff like that. So they would also enforce the law locally and kind of keep the peace, in a weird way. It's like, yeah, we're criminals, but we're going to keep this area safe because this is our area. But we are going to fight these other guys over here, and we probably are going to fight the Mexican army when they come in. And I guess most people are pretty much resigned to that fact one way or the other. They're either laying low, trying not to get killed, or they're part of the cartel. Because, I mean, you can't really be openly with the government because those guys will go after you. So I guess most people are probably just going along to get along and try not to get involved. But they practice a lot of like military type stuff as far as going out and, I guess you could say it's a psychological operation. They feed people and give out gifts and stuff and win over their people locally so that those people, they call on the phone and say, hey, there's a black SUVs coming down the road, and tip somebody off. It's like they build it, they buy that loyalty. And they say, I think the Sigonella has 100,000 members, and obviously those aren't all guys shooting. That's all their runners, probably accountants and everything else. But that's a pretty sizable organization, and they're all vying for control. And then there's some of them that are allied against other ones. And then probably on a common sense, they all are against the government. So I'm sure it's easy for them to put aside their differences to go fight the Mexican army or whoever they decide to fight. But, as far as turf goes, that's always going to happen. But I just looked at the list of the Sigonella and all their allies and affiliates, and it's they must have 75 to 100 affiliate cartels and organizations up underneath the whole umbrella of their organization. So they're probably the biggest and most organized. And I think with the Zetas in there, that gives them a military operation. There's even stories they have training camps that they train people to become guerrilla fighters. There's even stories that American former special forces have gone down there and gotten paid to train. I've even heard stories of, it's probably been about 10 years now, but they said that there's buildings down there that had the Palestinian flag painted on them, like there might have been training camps down there. And that's something that people worry about, is the cartels maybe get in bed with some of the terrorist organizations and then using that as a way to get into the country and being able to commit terrorist attacks. But I mean, and I've also heard, you see how the West has a lot of forest fires every year. There's been stories that the cartels will start those fires because they know the government, our U.S. government, will order its employees out of the area because it's not safe. So once that area is cleared of park rangers or whatever, and the people are evacuated out, then it's an open channel for them to run through those areas, and they're not worried about it. There's stories about commercial size operations out in the high Sierras that are surrounded with electronic surveillance and armed guards on site. The Chinese are supposedly starting to do a lot of growing in California, and they're smart because they only use Chinese. They don't have any locals. It's like when they get busted, they find smuggled Chinese laborers who work at the farms, and they're run by Chinese. I think there's even Romania or Bulgaria mafia starting to come up in there, and the cartels. So you've got some pretty, and if you think about it, if it's Bulgaria or Romania, there's Europe, there's a tie where those cartels might have access to some of that NATO equipment that's going missing. And, they do have RPGs, they have, heavy machine guns, and, they can get all kinds of small arms. And you've seen over the years, they build submarines. I think when the Soviet Union collapsed, there was a lot of stories about how they were using a lot of ex-Soviet aircraft. And there was even pictures of them. They weren't even painting them. There's a plane sitting down on a runway, like an AN-24 with the red star still on it, and it's smuggling drugs. It's probably not flying into the States, but, planes like that are probably ferrying that stuff from, Colombia back up into Panama, and then it's probably put on private planes from there. But, I mean, they have the resources, and that's, any cartel, the Colombian cartels are powerful, obviously, and then the Mexican cartels are powerful. So, there's a lot of money. There's a lot of access to weapons. There's a lot of access to talent if they want it. Everyone's got a price, obviously. And the only thing they really don't have is artillery and aircraft. They do have aircraft, but nothing they can really use to fight people with. But they could definitely ferry troops around, if you want to say that. They could ferry shooters around.
It wouldn't make sense to have aircraft and that kind of military equipment anyways, because you're not going to beat the army in a large-scale engagement anyways. So
yeah, and they've been using drones for a long time. They use drones to scout the border. They have guys with cell phones. They'll send a huge group of refugees to one point to draw the resources there. Same thing, then that opens a channel somewhere else, and that's where they'll run the drugs through. And they've caught guys going across the border that were completely decked out. I've heard them say, for all intents and purposes, they look like they were Mexican military soldiers, and they crossed the border with backpacks, and they don't get engaged because, the Border Patrol guys, they might have an AR-15 more than likely. but they got 2 handguns, maybe a shotgun and a rifle, and these guys are coming across in like squad size elements, fully armed with backpacks. I mean, who knows what they're carrying? I mean, I'm just surprised at this point they haven't smuggled off heavier stuff, but I think the reasons the cartels haven't allowed themselves to be used for a terrorist conduit is because they don't want to bring the heat on them. Because if it's, you know, if the United States is right next door and you're the guy that's funneling dudes in, they're going to pound your ass because you're right there. I mean, we don't have to do nothing. We could just literally put 777s on the border and HIMARS on the border and build a wall, and we can, you know, dominate, you know, 100 miles into the border of Mexico. Nothing walks, nothing goes towards the border. Plus we have UAVs, aircraft, we have blimps, that surveillance blimps. I mean, they don't want that kind of heat brought on them. So I think that's one reason why you won't see that. But that doesn't mean there won't be battles along the border between the cartels and, you know, American government troops or forces. I don't know if the military, they want to get the military down there. You could justify it, but everyone's afraid to do what they have to do to fight, you know, fentanyl and stuff. I mean,
just my understanding was that a lot of the Mexican military guys, after they left the service, they joined the mafia.
Yeah, it's good money.
They are paid better. Even those maybe regular soldiers can also quit the military because they are being paid better or something. You know, so they join the mafia because I think Mexican salary for the soldiers maybe not that high, and which means that the mafias are actually, you know, very highly trained. Everyone's gone. Boy, your mic is off, you know.
Yes, I know.
So, talk about Slovenia.
I don't really know about this Mexico war. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not.
me neither.
I'm not really.
It's
I was in Belgrade on the New Year's Eve, and they have a shit ton of Russian propaganda there. Z flags everywhere, and Russia and Serbia together. So I think they're pro-Russia there mostly.
Yes, I get.
I got to head out for a minute. I'll be back in a few. Y'all have fun.
Okay.
See you. Oh, it's
in
just
Serbia, they're pro Russia because NATO bombed them in 91 or some.
Yes, Serbia is pro Russia. Mostly, like 90% of Serbia is pro Russia. Slovenia and Croatia, I think, like 60-70, or pro Russia. It's half, I guess, 50-50. There are pro Ukrainian and people in Slovenia, and there are pro Russian. So,
does it cause social unrest? No, in your country.
Not really.
Z signs, and then you see Ukrainian flags. So it's not like in Serbia when you see only Z and V and Russian tanks and shit like that.
I wonder it caused fights, between people. Because we heard fights, right? Between the Russians and the Ukrainians in the western part of Europe. Do anyone fight over, like literally just fight each other?
I didn't see no one wear the Z flags because I think that you're like promoting war and tension, so you don't want to do that. Just asking for trouble if you do that.
We have a conflict going in Serbia and Kosovo, so we will see what will happen there. But
yeah, so far not much things, because it's like everybody is telling me that nothing will happen because they gone through it so many times.
Yes. We will see. Serbia and Russia are really good allies, so I think that Russia's goal is to have some kind of connection to Serbia, or via Hungary, or maybe like Montenegro from the sea. But I think that long-term goals for Russia is to have Hungary on their side, so they can they can support Serbia's military, and they can support them. Yes.
I think they blocked the pipeline that gave gas to Serbia from Russia. So Serbia is now building a pipeline to Hungary to get more gas. I think from Russia. They can't even get the gas.
Yeah, I think now Serbia is like totally encircled, right? I don't think they can reach it.
Yes. But there's something interesting because there is an area of Ukraine that that has a lot of Hungarian people. So there is I don't know what it's called, but there's an interesting thing because I think if Ukraine collapses and totally collapses and joins Russia or something like that, which we will see what will happen, but there could be a possibility that Russia gives it area to Hungary in exchange for from Hungary exiting NATO. So I think that's a possibility. Because
if you have the ruler of Hungary, would you exchange?
I mean, if I'm Orban, I think that's interesting. Interesting thing. Yes, maybe.
Because it's quite expensive, right? You know, to quit NATO and the connection to the West just for a small piece of land in Ukraine.
I mean, it's not that small. It's not that small, but on the other hand, you get connections to Russia. So, yes, I think that
cheap gas,
cheap gas, yes, cheap food, yes,
What,
fertilizer.
What part of Ukraine is where the Hungarian population is?
This is western. Yes, something like that. The Carpathia, yes. It's like.
Is it like the southwestern part or northwestern part?
It's where the mountains are, I think, on the southwestern part. Yeah.
Okay.
This is Carpathy Mountains are there, so behind.
Yeah, but even then, they won't really directly be able to be connected to Russia because there's still Romania in between.
I don't think so. If Serbia is connected to Ukraine via Hungary, so if Hungary exit NATO, Russia could then in this scenario could have the connection to Serbia.
I think NGS make a very good point. Like if you're Russia, you want your Hungary to be in NATO. Is that you have Turkey inside NATO, then you can mess things up inside, right?
Yes.
What do you think? So before joining this chat, I was reading about John, the Stoltenberg, that the NATO guy, the chief. He said that it's about time Turkey needs to finally step up and get Sweden into NATO. How long do you think Turkey can actually prolong this, if they even can?
I mean,
Morton, your mic has no sound. But Morton, your mic has no sound. You need to reconnect your mic. Sorry, Aki, what were you saying? Sorry, I missed it.
Yeah, no. My question is that how long do you guys think that Turkey can actually prolong Sweden and Finland's accession? And will
forever,
they even
accept? It's forever, man. Because Turkey is the second most powerful military now in NATO, or at least by numbers. So the entire concept of pinning Russia back depends a lot on Turkey, because Turkey is the front line. And if Turkey don't play ball, then the entire NATO will become weakened by a lot. So Turkey is a bit like Ukraine, is very heavily, there's a lot of troops. They're talking about like, I think Turkey, I haven't went and searched how much troops Turkey have, but I know it's quite significant. So if you remove the entire force, that is like removing entire Ukraine from USSR. So then it's like you can see how long Ukraine can fight Russia now. It's quite significant actually to have them out of the alliance.
There's also the elections coming for Erdogan, so they may just try to remove him.
He will always win, don't worry. Somehow. I mean, he can't even die now with the coup and everything, and then so many of his detractors has been removed. So I think it's very hard for him to lose the election. But that's just my thinking. Hi, Raf. Hi, coping things. Coping things, you're mute. Yeah.
Yeah, I was.
Someone say you look like One Punch Man.
I look like One Punch Man. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm barely aware of what that actually is. That cartoon. But okay, cool. That means I look handsome, I guess. I was just wondering. As far as I know, like no one has ever gone out of NATO, and like, but are anyone here familiar with the procedure for getting out? I know I should actually know this because I tend to be advocating for like a regional defense arrangement for Norway, but I find my ignorance dumbfounding.
I watched a video of it. Apparently, there's no mechanism to remove a country, but there's like a special clause which basically states that if you uphold the Western democratic values, you stay in the country. Once you lose your way, like once you become a monarchy or something like that, you can be removed. So if they really want to, they can technically remove Turkey, but there is no set mechanism.
Okay, because that was so vaguely termed. I mean, there's like monarchy. Norway is a constitutional monarchy, but Britain is also a constitutional monarchy. But so that kind of like doesn't seem to be meaning anything. You could say, oh well, but if your monarch has a lot of influence, well, Queen Elizabeth had a fair amount of influence. I think it's unarguable. So that's like Turkey. Like, are you holding democratic principles? Like, what is the definition? What makes democratic?
Yeah.
I think France left NATO. I think that France left NATO. So there is a possibility to leave.
All right, during the Gauls era, the so-called Gaullism.
I think this was in 1966 or like something like that. So
yeah, no, now that you mention it, I recall there was something with it's in essence what the Gaul was arguing for would be the European NATO, really, just without the US, really. Yo, Vlad.
Yes.
Hey, Vlad, would you know? Hey, Vlad, do you know much about what does it take for a NATO member to exit?
Is there such an exit? I think
exactly. Right.
There's never been an exit of a NATO country before.
Well,
or am I wrong?
I think
France left. So.
But did they actually leave? Because as far as I understand, if I might misremember here, but as far as I recall, it was more that they didn't like they were on temporary hold or something. Like they weren't.
I think they left for a couple of years and then they joined back. But they were still allies. But I think that they left and then they joined again. So
can a country actually leave NATO, or is there like a proposal or something?
I don't know.
I googled it.
Aki, you're muted.
I think to leave, it should be pretty straightforward. You just need like your parliament to ratify that. Oh, hey, we want to leave. But I'm talking about if other members want to remove you, that there's no set procedure for that. But if you want to leave, it should be pretty easy. Like it's your own country's defense. If you don't want to be part of an alliance, you can just probably just be like, hey, I don't want to be a part, and that's it.
I see it also on Wikipedia. There's like Article 13. If you want to leave, you just need to leave.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some procedure to this, but I think it's very that simple. Hey guys, you want some funny things? I found it on my refrigerator today. You know what it is? So my dad went like 10 years ago. It's Soledar. Because everyone is talking about Soledar now. Fuck it.
This is a salt mine.
It's a salt mine.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, unfortunately, you know the drama. It was like 2 or 3 months ago. Yes. It was like, I think, one of the buildings was hit by Russian artillery, unfortunately. So I find it funny.
No, it's Russian salt mine.
Yeah. So they demolish all these beautiful places, like in the Donbass, but yeah, it's the reality of war.
Mm-hmm.
I found this funny. So like everyone's talking about Soledar, and I'm like, oh, I take some food out and I see Soledar.
That's a literally food for eating, the salt for eating.
Yeah.
Isn't Ukraine holding those salt mines right now?
No,
it's
it's
been
been
was a salt mine.
What? I didn't hear.
I didn't realize it's food salt. That's so weird. Why would you have salt in that kind of place? We are so quiet. We have 8 people, but we have nothing to talk about.
Yeah, I don't want to be.
What's the topic for today?
The topic for today. Soledar, no. How long do you guys think Soledar can last?
2 weeks.
Do I have a lot of white noise though, or is it?
Yeah, there's a white noise.
Is it still there?
Yeah. Yes, it's there.
It
You
all
have a horrible
depends.
headset.
It all depends.
Depends if
on
the
the-
Russians want to withdraw. I'm sorry.
It all depends
see
on the
what-
Russians, I think.
Go ahead.
Like Russians could storm it today, but probably they're just trying to fully encircle it and then finish it off.
Morten, you need to turn off your speaker. Do you have a headphone, Morten?
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
You need to get a
Morten,
headphone.
I need to get.
You got the earphone already? Yeah, we can hear you. Cool.
Okay. So I'm Morten from Norway.
My audio is okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's my
Morten
audio.
is from Norway. Yeah, your audio is awesome.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to give you a North European perspective on the conflict. I'm a little bit more pro-Ukrainian than you other guys, I think.
Good. I like it.
So yeah, I saw that in the last live that you were looking for someone. So yeah.
So what do you think about the situation in Soledar, or Bakhmut? Because it's not looking good for the Ukrainians right at the moment.
No, in Bakhmut, well, I feel that it's an important city for both parts. Like, it's been so much prestige in it that I feel like nobody can lose. But I don't see the great. Well, if Russia takes it, I don't see where do they go next. I can't see that they use so much forces and so much troops put into one place. I think they could use that forces better on something else. Yeah.
Because it's going to be on both sides as well. So if the Russians are putting so much troops into trying to capture Bakhmut and Soledar, the Ukrainians are also doing the same thing, trying to prevent the Russians from capturing it. So if not, then it would have already fallen. So because from what I saw, mostly pro-Russian sources, because Ukrainian sources do not talk about deployments. The pro-Russian sources are reporting so much redeployments from Zaporizhia, from the Kherson. Those troops from the Kherson offensive, they're all drawn to the Bakhmut region mostly. So it's not just a bit weird that the Russians are just attacking Bakhmut, but the Ukrainians are also doing a lot to prevent the fall of Bakhmut.
Yeah, and there's also a little bit discussion about how many troops are losses on the both sides. And from the Ukraine, or from my perspective, what I'm seeing, it's like the Russians have to lose more troops because they're storming these defended positions. Well, they use artillery a lot, but not so precise artillery. So, yeah, I think the Russians are losing more. So why do you think the Ukrainians are losing more? When you're attacking a deeply defended position that's entrenched, I can't see that the Ukrainians should lose more in this.
Well, I think
a picture from
Russian advantage in artillery kind of evens it out. I mean, maybe they're losing slightly more, who knows? But I mean, obviously, if Russians didn't rely on artillery a lot, they would just storm all the towns. But they're doing it slowly because artillery works really well, I guess.
Well, I can't see that the artillery is working that well, if I'm completely honest. well, Excalibur's artillery work well. If not, they're just leveling everything. They're leveling everything, but you still can't kill people if they're underground in bunkers. The artillery can't do that.
Yeah, of course. At the end of the day, you have to storm the position, but apparently there are 60,000 Ukrainian troops in Bakhmut, so there is a large concentration of forces. Therefore, at the present, artillery is still an option. At some point, when these forces are going to be used to a certain extent, I guess that's when the full storming of Bakhmut is going to start.
I think that refers to what Morten would probably be expecting of higher casualties, because that's when the Russians are likely to encourage. Because I think Morten is going by the nominal rule of thumb. If you are doing an offensive, you are likely to be losing more. But the Russians are kind of creeping a little bit. So if you compare this to World War I, where the British were applying the rolling barrage or the creeping barrage, the casualty rates between them and the Germans, because when they did offensives before, their casualty rates would skyrocket by comparison to the defenders. But once that tactic was enrolled, the gap was much lower. And this is kind of where it becomes a little bit conflicting with the war here in Ukraine, because where this happens for the Russians, they don't seem able to be blasting as effectively as they did during World War I. But we should also note that they are not pushing in the same way either. They're not. Yeah, so it's I don't think the Russians are necessarily incurring a lot of because they are on defensive. They are necessarily incurring a lot of losses. But when they are moving in, I think you are probably correct. It's probably unavoidable for them to have small squads here and there that haven't been blasted, and because sure, maybe the Ukrainians are well entrenched, but we should also keep in mind they don't have like 3-meter thick bunkers every single one of them. Many of the defensive positions are, just buildings, which we all see the Russians are quite capable of leveling. So
they're quite capable. But even in cellars, if you see the pictures, you just need a little cellar, and you need a direct hit to take out. So
the Russians just fire a lot because it's not as accurate. They just fire more. Yes. So even within the Russian sources, they do discuss that even though the Russians have a tremendous production capability for the artilleries, they're still not producing enough to cover their daily expenditure of artillery shells.
Yeah, because it's incredible amount. I'm not sure what amount they spend by day, amount of artillery ammunition, but it's like crazy amounts, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of shells.
They say that they used like 100,000 in the early days of the war, then went down to 60,000, and now they're down to 20,000 on the Russian side. Ukrainian side have never been able to fire more than 6,000-7,000.
Yeah, is that still a number that they're able to hold? Because there's been a lot of reports they've been saying for months now that they're struggling to supply them. They're running out of munitions. Germany ran out a long time ago, only 2 days of munitions. So, anyone have a count on how the Ukrainians are holding up on that by comparison? Because as far as I've understood it, throughout the war, they've had about 1/10 of the tonnage of shells that they have lost by comparison to the Russians.
Yeah, on the ammunition side, they're getting from, the Czech group have now doubled their production, so they're now producing like 300,000 artillery shells, and they're supposed to double it again to 600,000. They're getting from Pakistan, and Bulgaria has a lot of production. You have to remember that all of Eastern Europe, so when the Soviet Union was, most of the military, or at least half of the military production, was in Ukraine, Poland, Czechia, Bulgaria, and all these factories are available. So I don't think artillery shells will be a problem. If you listen to what they say on these channels, then Ukraine would have run out of artillery shells a long time ago. But I think there are planners both in NATO and in all that alliance that they have this under control. They will never run out of shell, and Russia will also never run out of shell. They just have to fire less.
Oh, Martin, that actually makes me curious to what you think about the Zelensky was over in Washington not long time ago asking for Abrams and more stuff, and he said he had a military command, I think it was his defense minister, who said that if we're going to be able to get down to Melitopol or whatever, we needed so many hundred tanks, so many whatever artillery, etc., etc., and that is what we need to win, he said, and then he wasn't provided that. Which is kind of an implicit acknowledgement that, okay, then we cannot actually win. That part, at least, not insofar as it goes now. How do you perceive that? As it, what is that? What do you think about that regarding the Abrams not being denied to the Ukrainians?
I think they're on their way. And you know the numbers: 600 tanks, so much artillery. I think he just set some high numbers and he will get less. But I think NATO and US will ramp up.
Yeah, I also think so. Because now we have the Bradleys, right? I think within this year, within 2023, we're going to see Abrams or some Leopard tanks in Ukraine. I'm quite sure because the escalation is actually picking up speed. So, yeah. It's just that I think the NATO don't want to one-off give too much because that would look so much like you're involved in the war. They just want to trickle up.
That's true. I think you have to remember that both the EU, NATO, and the US have all gone out and said we're standing with you as long as it's take until you win. So for all these organizations and countries like Deutschland, France and UK have taken enormous hits on their industry and everything. So they won't stop supporting and the supporting will just increase. And that's what I can't see like the Russian economy. It's the same as Spain's. The sanctions, and I can't see how they will be able to produce more weapons.
Can I just say something in between? I think that you were saying that support will never end from Western countries, but yes. I think those are the stance of politics. So politicians say that, but I think that people don't agree with this. I think that there are more and more people who don't support Ukraine anymore, because right now my family pays 3 times the bills, the gas bills that they were last year. So I don't think that this can go forever and that people will be happy, because yes, I can barely live with my pay, with my work, but yes, we were doing this for Ukraine, which is like 1,000 kilometers away and change nothing for me. So I think that more and more people will just stop supporting Ukraine, because the consequences for Western countries are not that minimal. There are Western countries have problems, so I don't think that. Bigger.
I think you're completely wrong, because EU will cease to exist as it is now if they don't keep supporting Ukraine. Because you have Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, you have Poland, you have Finland, you have Norway, you have Sweden. In these countries, 90% of the people are, 100% to support Ukraine. And I think both EU and NATO will just explode and drift apart if there would be so much. They need to stay together. And I disagree with what you're saying about that the support is increasing. It's not.
Hold on, Martin. Isn't that basically an admission that as soon as the EU and NATO start disintegrating over the war, that they can't really, the EU doesn't have an independent foreign policy either. So exactly. It will be kind of I'm not really sure if that's kind of a presupposition that necessarily applies. They can end the war now, and the EU still stands together, because there are like, for example, Hungary and other countries who are saying, no, we don't want to get involved in this.
Not other countries. Hungary is saying this, not other countries. But
Slovenia also
NATO. Let's take NATO then. Let's take NATO. They have set the bar so high that I see no way that they're going to, and the consequences for Europe is so much bigger if they let Russia win.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much bigger.
I agree, which is why a lot of talk. Yeah, that's why I thought there's a lot of talk.
Can I ask you a question? So, what is Russia's goal with this war? Do you believe
demilitarize Ukraine?
Do you believe that the denazification and the demilitarization is the goal? Are they going to occupy a country? So you believe this?
I don't think that at the beginning of the war, I don't think that Russia's goal was to occupy Ukraine, because when we saw the first talks about the ending of war, this was in April, I think. Yes, day two. At the beginning, they were not talking about some parts of Ukraine joining Russia. They were talking about Ukraine should not join NATO. That was the first point.
Why did they annex?
Yes, because Ukraine did not. They did not agree with Russia with this. So Russia go ahead and do.
The thing about annexation was originally what they wanted was Ukraine to stop bombing Donetsk. One way is to topple the current regime, putting a more pro-Russian or whatever you can call it, which would basically, like, you know how Quebec is in Canada, which would basically give autonomy to those Donbas region. But when they saw the way Ukraine was fighting, and they knew that if they retreat from Donbas, the Donbas people saw that they were gonna face whatever when Russia leaves. So they asked Donetsk and Luhansk asked Russia, if you are gonna leave, they're gonna kill us. So they wanted to join Russia. It wasn't just Russia wanted to take those regions. It was also their will that they wanted to join. The Russian people there wanted to join Russia, and that's how their goals evolved over time. It wasn't originally their goal to take those 4 regions, but now I feel the more this thing is escalating, their goals are evolving even more, and I would not be surprised if eventually they decide to go all over to the Dnieper River at least.
I think the invasion was like Plan C or something, you know. I don't think they planned it all along, but I think Wild explained it in one of his videos.
Well, yes, if Donbas is definitely going to, you know, Russia definitely want to capture 100%. The whole of Donbas. Yeah, like to absorb them, that's for sure.
I agree with you regarding the Donbas area. I believe that they probably want to be a part of Russia, but the rest of the region, Zaporizhia and Kherson, why? And also, why did they attack Kiev with that large force? Why?
What large force? This was not a large force, to be honest.
Okay.
The beginning of the war, this was not a large force. This was like
in the beginning it was a large force, but not now.
Yes. I mean, they attack with like what 30,000. I mean, to capture how much population
1.2 or like, something.
Yeah, 2 or 3 million. But I mean, I don't think that. They could do it with 30,000.
Emotional damage for the Russians in the chat.
They thought that they were going to be greeted with open arms, and that it would be easy for them to take the capital. That's my idea. But they failed.
My idea was what they wanted was that they wanted to kill Zelensky or push him to the negotiation table. I think that was.
I don't think they want to kill him. I still don't think that Russia wants to kill Zelensky.
At that point, I think they did.
Because they know where he is. I think they're 100%. I think that Russia knows where Zelensky is.
I think Zelensky will be
at any point.
I can kind of corroborate this. So what happens is that, you know, when Zelensky went to Kherson, after, you know, they recaptured Kherson, right? You know, the Russians withdraw down to the south of Dnieper. They actually saw Zelensky already. They were asking for permission to fire, and it was rejected. So it's not that they they cannot kill Zelensky is that they refuse to kill Zelensky. So because you can't really run away from seeing Zelensky's helicopter coming to Kherson. It's just a matter of like, if you kill him, then there's no way you can negotiate. You can't negotiate.
I think they came by cars, not by helicopter.
It's a political downfall of this, right? Like, oh, they killed our Zelensky, our war hero and stuff. I think they will.
Right, you martyr him. I want to
get like a political nightmare after this one, and a diplomatical. It will also be a diplomatical failure for them as well.
I mean, yes, Zelensky is like hero of Ukraine. So if he said yes, it's time to negotiate with Russia, and he negotiate, I think that all of like Western world will agree. Yes, it's time for negotiate because he's like the biggest hero of Ukraine right now. So it's politically it's the best.
That's calling the shots, though. That's only if he's the one calling the shots. He's not the one.
Yes.
I'm sorry for interjecting here, but I wanted to, before it kind of fades away, there was a super chat here from a fellow citizen of mine, Morten, who had a specific question to Morten. What would be the consequences for Europe? And I think it was referring to like, okay, well, let's say, yeah, this one. So I think, I might be corrected if I'm wrong, but as far as I interpreted the question to Morten here is, what would actually be the consequences for Europe if Russia wins? Like, because I actually wanted to follow up before I interrupted here. Like, if you could elaborate, what would that mean? Because okay, then Russia, NATO, and EU falls apart and like it doesn't get together. But okay, so that is on paper. But if you could elaborate what that would mean to you, like, how do you see that panning out as a good thing or bad thing?
Well, I disagree with what you think the reason why Russia invaded. I think this was meant to happen anyway. I think they are just using denazification and all this.
Sure, but Russian propaganda aside,
I'm coming to that. So I think this is part of a bigger Russian plan. Like Putin has said, he wants to bring back the old empire, and I think the Eastern European countries would be, I think the Baltics would be next, actually, yeah.
Why do you believe that?
When you say empire, do you mean like
this huge multi-ethnic empire where majority of citizens are not even Russians, or maybe half of citizens are Russians and half are not? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, he may be referring to what the Americans do, which is an economic empire and not a territorial empire.
Oh, okay.
Because Russia could subjugate the neighboring smaller nations to, in a variety of ways. I think we have discussed in earlier streams. So, but I'm not sure if that's what Morten was referring to.
They couldn't. Poles, for example, would never really want to be part of Russian empire ever. So it doesn't make any sense. You would constantly have a bunch of trouble with these kind of countries in your empire, I guess.
Problem is also these countries are already in NATO, so he needs. I think the simple thing is just he needs this how is it called, this puffer state between Russia and NATO, and Ukraine will be this puffer state.
So Morten, if the NATO and EU collapses, do you think that Russia would go ahead like they did with as they were during the Russian Empire and the USSR and next to neighboring countries? Or?
And I don't think the EU will collapse. If it was just like, there will be a lot of problems. EU will not collapse, but it will be a big problem for NATO and also EU, because the stakes are so high for them that it will be geopolitical nightmare.
Could you care to specify who the stakes are high for? Like, would you say for Europe or for the United States?
For all of them. For NATO, for EU, and United States.
So in your opinion, then the United States is a prerequisite for a military alliance. Like, let me pose it differently. Like, what about, for example, as de Gaulle had back in the 60s, where France and Europe basically have their NATO thing, and then the US, which is a superpower, has its own thing, because it is a superpower after all. So because when you say the NATO collapses, that doesn't necessarily mean that there won't be any security frameworks or any arrangement. Everyone will go at each other's throat, right? Like, I'm sure that's not what you meant. So,
no.
So would it necessarily be a bad thing if, because I am under the impression, like, I'm not pro-Russian. Like, you know, I'm also Norwegian, so I'm certainly not very keen on having Norway subordinated under Russia. But I also recognize that Norway, being such a small country that we are, that's our natural role. We have either the choice of being subordinated to a greater power, or we have a regional security alliance with peers. And our peers are actually few. There will only be Scandinavian countries, because the other ones will be so much bigger. Like the EU, we are not a peer in that coalition, right? So, so taking it from that side, like if NATO under the US led NATO, because that's really what it is, and if that, so that is what you see. Wouldn't it be that which, because that's what I perceive to be failing first. Let's say Russia wins, and there's such a bifurcation along the EU and NATO that they will split. Then so the options will be, you know, how do you actually imagine that panning out, and why would that necessarily be bad?
Well, from my perspective, it's bad. In Norway, we have, the last 50 years, we have relied, or 70 years, we have relied on this NATO, and we have, good security. I would like to explain more, but it's not in English, so it's, it's hard.
I have a question regarding this whole scenario that we're talking about. We're talking about if Russia wins. What are you guys talking about winning? Like, what if Russia just keeps those? Like,
the presupposition was that if Russia wins more or less on their terms, Morten's kind of picture it as NATO and the EU kind of dividing and falling apart. The definition of winning is.
But that presumes that Russia is going to take even more regions. What if they take 4 regions and that's about it? That's where the war stops. Would that be perceived?
No, I would have to push back on that. I don't think Russia actually has to take anything more. As long as the war continues, the tensions build up within the EU and NATO, and so Russia may not even win by their own terms, but NATO could lose by their terms, and that could be enough. Maybe not enough.
I totally disagree with that, because I don't think they will allow it. I don't.
But NATO can twist that as their own win too. They can just say that, okay, Ukraine got to keep its statehood, so they won.
Keep in mind, Ukraine is not in NATO, right? So you have always to keep this in mind. Ukraine is not in NATO, so NATO have not legal and official obligations toward Ukraine. If Ukraine is attacked, Ukraine is not in NATO. NATO don't need to rescue them, right?
Yeah, that's right.
They have chosen. I think the definition of winning was important to kind of get clarified here. Because, Martin, if you could please clarify, what do you mean by Ukraine winning, and what do you mean by Russia winning?
Ukraine gets to keep.
Well, I can't answer that question, because I agree with what is said, that Zelensky decides, but like you said, when I asked you about what's the goal of Russia, and you said that demilitarization and denazification, and I can't even imagine how that looks. It's like, it's crazy thoughts. It's like a country of 40 million people, and where are all? What does this mean?
Well, a good example would be Finland after World War II. Then the Soviet Russia forced them to demilitarize at the same time as they were supposed to kick off the Germans. And I can understand it's hard to imagine here, but what we're really talking about, if Ukraine says they surrender, they will follow they will do like Norway does to NATO. They surrender their foreign autonomy, basically. They can have domestic autonomy, but the foreign policy is called by Russia. How you militarize and what systems you use decided by Russia. So that's sort of how demilitarization can pan out in a way.
So this denazification thing is, I think, like an euphemism for just regime change. I think they just want regime change, because how did Hitler get into power in Germany? He put like a Nazi guy, like one of his parties, in the highest how is it called? On the highest ranks. For example, if your main general is a Nazi, so every his orders is fall onto the soldiers, if you get my point. If every big company, if they are run by Nazis, so all the workers are automatically also run by Nazis, if you get my point. So I think they want to get rid of the regime, basically. So this denazification propaganda stuff, I think it's just regime change. They want like a neutral or pro-Russian regime, and not a pro-Western, anti-Russian.
Not dissimilar from what Zelensky was. Would you think that is why Zelensky responded with no negotiations while Putin is in power? Okay, it was like he said, like, okay, you guys think that you're gonna have to, we have to do a regime change for you to consider us denazified. Well, we're not negotiating before your leader goes out or something.
Okay.
Because before the regime changed, this Yanukovych, I think he was pro-Russian. So they regime changed him. They put another guy in power, and Russians said, wait, we need to regime change back to the status quo, if you get the point.
Yeah, but I don't think that. I think there was a legal revolution.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
yes.
Good.
Yes.
Oh, now it's good. Okay. I would like to tell something about the Nazi issue in the Ukraine. First of all, it's not only an issue with Ukraine; it's also with Russia. I don't know if you remember, like before 2014. It was known that Russia has the most Nazis in the world. Like it was a controversial issue. I will not say that they have the typical type of Nazis, but let's say that they are more friendly towards this kind of regime because they are more traditional in their point of views, and the traditional point of views where racism was considered to be a normal thing. Now for the Ukraine, if anyone takes a look in what percentage of a population a country can mobilize, we can think that they can mobilize like 30%, 25%, but for sure a big percentage. And with the general mobilization, what percent of its population Ukraine managed to conscript?
Well, they're conscripting.
3%.
Well, they don't have weapons for anymore.
They cannot hear you.
They don't have weapons.
Sorry?
They don't have weapons for more. That's why they're waiting for more weapons.
Oh, sorry. Can you repeat, because I had an issue and I wasn't able to hear you.
The Ukrainian army are waiting for more weapons, so they can't put more men in the field than they have weapons for.
Okay, I'll put. I will ask something else. Do you think that Ukraine, as an like a post-Soviet country, doesn't have the weapons to mobilize 30% of its population? Even with all type of weapons, weapons. I'm not saying about modern weapons. Just saying to give an AK some anti-tank weapons, and that's it. Old generation. What do you think?
That's just speculation from my side, but they're training people. They're training people every month, and they're speeding up these training programs abroad. Now, US are going to establish a new training program in Poland. They're going to train 5,000 every month from now on. And so there's a lot of upscaling, but they need weapons. You can't just give people.
Very good response.
That's about being effective. I'm not saying about being effective. I'm saying about mobilizing.
Yeah, they mobilize the whole society, basically.
Give them a gun, ammunition, and put them in outposts.
Yeah, they have done that. They have done that.
They have done that. And what percent of the population they managed to mobilize?
I don't know.
Why they are like 40 million people, and they managed to mobilize perhaps 1 million?
But they don't have weapons for more. They don't have weapons for more. They had like 2,000 tanks or something.
Speaking of
you
which,
know how many
what do you think of?
2,000 tanks? That's enormous amount. It's
but
not a few tanks.
a million people. It's an enormous amount of people. Like 2,000 tanks for a million people is nothing. It's nothing. A million people is quite a lot.
Martin, can I ask you what you think of NASAMS? Norway sending the
10 million population has in its plan to mobilize 1 million.
But they don't need.
Like
I don't say why
it's
we're
like a normal percentage to put 10% of your population on the field, and they managed to have like 2%.
But why would they put men in the field if they just have an AK? Because they need to build up a good army with mechanized units and everything. It's just like you can't just.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But they made a general mobilization, and I don't see general mobilization.
They have actually mobilized the whole country for war. So.
Yeah,
and why?
Failing to see, like,
why 2% is on the field? Why they tried to escape the country? Like, I'm not saying
because they also need to have civilians.
Russians try to escape the country. Like 1.5 million Russians have left in the first mobilization. So Russia has practically lost 2.5 million people.
1%.
Yes, that's 1% of population.
But
but 1% of what?
Yes, those 1%.
No, you can't say 1%. You have to say 1% of what? How many Russians, male, in that? How many are available? How many are not in work? How many are needed at home?
Okay.
More specifically, how many are reservists and how many are conscripts?
I think that those who left Russia, those 1.5 million people, those were the ones that hate Putin. I will say that this way. Those are the ones that want Putin to resign or something like that. But the other 99%, I think that they still support or are neutral. I spoke to a friend from Russia, and he said that those who left, that those were the ones that does not support Putin, and the ones who stayed, those are normally people who are neutral or are pro-Putin. So I think that those that the fact that those 1.5 million people left, this is a good thing for Russia, because there is no more like this percentage of population who will go on the street and do protest or something like that, because they are gone now. They are in Europe, they are in other countries. But the other thing that's really interesting is there are like 7 million Ukrainians left the country, and they're immigrants or something like that. And I think that
to Russia.
Yes, 3 million of them went to Russia.
Yeah.
Of 7 million Ukrainians that left the country, 3 million went to Russia. So if you look at it that way, I mean,
I will also add to that. My wife is also Russian, and there's a bunch of people here in Vietnam currently who are Russian. They are not running away from the war, but they are running away from the sanctions. And it has, I know a bunch of people here who, if they're called to fight for the country, they would actually go back and fight. In this term, Russians are very similar like Americans. A lot of Americans that I know, they would actually fight for their country no matter what happens. So I think it all depends on who you're talking to. It's not the people that have left the country. They will not go and fight for Russia if there's a full-scale war. So we have to consider that population too. It's not 1% of the population. It's like 0.1 maybe 0.5.
Yeah, but your counting is completely wrong, because you have to take 1% out of men who are working and who are fit to join the army. You can't count old grandmas and toddlers.
Yeah,
so why like 3% maybe? Like 3, maybe 5.
Okay. But do you think
still not a huge number.
Again? Do you think Russia will mobilize more, another mobilization?
I mean, there is a possibility.
Maybe.
There's speculations about this, I think.
What we're talking about is escalation. Can Russia escalate more? Yes, the answer is yes. They can escalate 1 million, 2 million. I can guarantee that.
Martin, now may I ask you, do you know how many mobilizations the Ukrainians have done, as opposed to the Russians' one partial mobilization?
Their mobilization is going all the time, but they had one general when the war started, women and children were allowed to leave, but no men were allowed to leave the country without special permission, I think. But they had so many volunteers that, but I can't give you the exact figures on that, but I know there's not lack of people.
Well, the reason I was asking is, how do you perceive Ukraine? Because as far as I can tell, like, sure, we can send weapons and whatever, but the fact of the matter is that the logistics are on Russia's favor. We will have to be sending shipping from all over the world and whatever, getting arrangements in between nations and allies and so forth, and the Russians can match that clearly. So, like, when we send weapons to Ukraine, you know, sure, they might mobilize, but like Captain George's question, you know, how far can they go? I'm just going to interpret that as what you meant, really. But, you know, like, because at some point the Ukrainians are kind of they are going to run out before the Russians by some very obvious maths here. So, like, when you
why
take
have you worked on that already? I just can't see that. I know the figures of Russian tanks and everything, but I'm more and more starting to disbelieve those numbers.
Well,
let's just take the artillery shells. In the beginning of the war, it was said they have 100 million artillery shells. In the beginning of the war, they were firing 100,000 shells a day. And then in the summer, 60,000, and now under 20,000.
But it's still many times more than what the Ukraine is able to fire. So, you know, they're clear. Yeah. Ukraine is clearly not going to, you know, we can support Ukraine, right? But to what end? What is the goal? So, like, this is the reason I asked, what does it mean by winning? Because as Norwegians, I can tell you, as long as this war continues, this is good business for us. It's our arms industry is benefiting, our oil and gas industry is benefiting. Like, of course, not the general population, because we are told that we have to accept these price rises for this reason. But our retail business, you know, like Reitan, he got like 26 billion crowns extra profit, which is like more than 10% in our national export. So, like, if you want to look on, you know, is it Norwegian people or the Norwegian state, that may be a discussion we can have. But for Norway, in a geopolitical sense, this war is good bang. Like, the more the Ukrainians bleed and die, and the more that the Russians do it, that's, you know, just being very cynical here. This is not my opinion. But this is the fact of the matter. Norway, from a political point of view, have absolutely no reasons to want to see this war end. You know, it's different from the US, but we have really no, you know, our population may want to, because we are not actually seeing the benefits ourselves. You have noticed the price rises, and you noticed the fuel price rises, and there's no reason for that. We are actually making big bang. We're making 60% higher in revenue this year than we did last year from oil and gas, and this is not much thanks to the Russians. So, like, when we go back to winning, right? Okay, is NATO winning? Is Norway winning? Is Ukraine winning?
Ukraine is winning. Ukraine is winning.
But how?
Like, how? Ukraine is winning what? I don't understand. The war, or Ukraine is winning nothing right now? They're losing everything.
Let me simplify it, please. Let me simplify it. Like, would you say that the Ukraine's condition for winning would be retaking Crimea, or would you say pre-war borders if they were to stop? Like, yeah, where would you define it as? Yeah, Ukraine has won.
I think Ukraine has won.
That's not up to me to decide, but I support Zelensky's narrative. They will decide when they feel that they need to.
The only way Ukraine was winning was if this war didn't happen.
The only way Russia will win if this war wouldn't happen. It's the same.
Sure. Both is true.
May I put also my opinion on that? Okay, so Clausewitz said.
So wait. So I want to end the stream on the main channel now. So, you know, you guys who are watching on the Defense Politics Asia channel, please hop over to DPA IRL channel. The links is in the pin. I also messaged already. I also showed the message below. So please hop over. The stream will probably go on for another 2 hours, so don't miss it. Yeah, so, you know, jump over. And okay.
And don't forget to subscribe.
And then remember to subscribe. Yeah, you guys can continue now.
So I was saying that Clausewitz said that war is the continuation of politics by other means. And he also pointed out that when you win the war, this peace that you achieve should be something that remains in time. What means to remain in time is like imagine like Iraq. A victory for the US would have been to have a pro-American government for years. That was a sort of example. So here in the war in Ukraine, I think that the territories that Russia gains play secondary importance because not only Russia but also some other countries win very important political objectives. If I will begin with Ukraine, I'll say that Ukraine won something, and Ukraine won its existence as a nation. If you remember, before the war, nobody really believed that Ukraine was a nation. Like we can even see it on Hollywood movies, like I think it was Transporter, that the woman said, "I'm not Russian, I'm Ukrainian," and said, "What's the difference?" I said, "It's different. The heart is different." So I think this war established Ukraine in the in the world as a different nation from Russia. So I think that's the only thing that Ukraine managed to win. Now, when it comes to Russia, from the first hours of their so-called special military operation, they managed to win in the financial sector and also in the trade sector. Why? Because all of the sanctions that the West imposed are completely illegal. As per the WTO. So yes, which is a WTO, which is a part of the United Nations. So let's imagine, like after the war, the panel will be established, and like 99%, it's 99% sure that Russia will win this case, and the whole West will pay remedies. Do you think that they will pay remedies? I don't think so. So
I think the case would be in Hague.
They already won cases with Ukraine, and the panel is completely it's completely out of politics. But even if let's say Russian will lose, then the rest of the countries that are not considered part of the West will not trust this trade, this world trade system, and it will collapse one way or another. And let's not forget that President Trump was very aggressive towards WTO, because President Trump he wanted jobs for the Americans.
I agree. The World Trade Organization is dead. Yeah,
so
probably.
I think that Russia will win, and probably China is going to lose than anyone else. And
but Russia has lost. Russia has lost trading with half of the world's economy, and the biggest economy they were trading with was Europe, and Europe is never going to. There are new gas agreements with Qatar.
That is a terrific modification.
That was essential when you had the dollar as the primary currency.
But
dollar had this position because of the free trade, and
dollar had this position because of the oil for dollar. That's why the dollar has this position, because every country needs to buy the oil for dollars. Nothing with the trade organization.
And dollar is going to be over if we don't have the free trade.
Wealth is wealth, Jojo. Wealth is wealth. Money is money.
Free trade.
Free trade has nothing to do with the dollar. The dollar was less to play.
Of course, they were.
Captain, please.
The Bretton Woods system that created everything, created this system.
Morton,
Yeah,
are you familiar with the?
Together.
Hey, Captain, please. Hey, Morton, you are clearly familiar with the petrodollar. Are you also familiar with the Saudis having now also started accepting yuan and I think the rubles for all trade?
No, they haven't. I haven't heard that, but I don't believe the Saudis will change their position on US because US are guaranteed for the security against Iran. No one else can provide that security except the US. So they have some skirmishes and some small things, but Saudi Arabia will always, in the foreseeable future, will rely on the US.
Okay, but before you were answering something to Georgios, though, that I thought they was because I get what Georgios was asking a little bit more long term regarding the dollar, and here we can of course disagree and speculate a bit. But just back on these things with sanctions, you said that the half of the world stopped trading with Russia and so forth. I would have to push back on that on a couple of senses. First of all, and I think maybe I'll just take this one alone, and that is simply that most of the nations that actually sanctioned Russia, they went out of their way to circumvent their own sanctions. So they traded with Russia after all. And then you have the nations that were not able to trade. Well, this is not a permanent thing either, I think. But sure, I would like to hear what you think about knowing that, because most leaders have accepted this. And if you look at the Netherlands, for example, they're outright saying it, like, no, we're not going to stick to it because we have our own interests. So,
a lot of countries had their own. Regarding the oil, they didn't start these sanctions until the 5th of December, I think. That's because Europe were so dependent on the Russian oil, and it takes a long time to wind it up to get new contracts. But as long as this regime is in Kremlin, I don't think the sanctions will be lifted. As long as Russia has forces in Ukraine, these sanctions won't be lifted.
So I have an interesting thing for you all here to know, because I'm sure many of you haven't paid much attention to Africa. But I was mentioning this thing about the gold standard, right? You've heard the Bretton Woods that Captain Georges were referring to. Well, so Zimbabwe, as one country who has been under sanctions for a couple of decades from the US, have now officially started moving over to the gold standard. With also Russia and China having a regional agreement to be doing their trade in gold. And Ghana announcing that they will trade with try to get an arrangement with Nigeria, trading oil for gold and so forth. And so, yeah, doesn't that kind of say something regarding, like, because if you look at Russia, then, yeah, if they survive the sanctions up until now, they're not Zimbabwe, right? So they're probably going to be able to survive a couple more decades. And what happens when you sanction a country from the outside world? Well, they have to necessarily become more self-reliant. And if Zimbabwe can do it, what is your take on that? Wouldn't it kind of necessarily, wouldn't it necessarily, but isn't it a good chance that actually Russia comes out on top? If
I'd like to answer that one.
No, I can't see that, because the sanction will, when the sanctions are implemented, it'll take a long time for them to work. Like, they just recently started to import oil and gas, started to cut out the oil and gas in Europe, and all the cars manufacturer, if you take the oil, if you take all the oil wells, they don't have the knowledge to maintain these oil wells without the big companies. They can't do it. They don't have the equipment. They don't have no plants.
More than I just have a question. What product do you think that Russians are now needing because of sanctions?
I think they have everything they need. Everything.
Yes, exactly.
But listen to what I'm saying. Let's talk again in 1 or 2 years.
There are two ways that trading goes. So Russia trades something. Yes, it takes a long time, but trading goes in two ways. So countries buy things from Russia. Russia buys things from countries. So if now these tradings from Russia with the West, now this thing is gone. But I don't know a single thing that Russia can't buy right now. I think that they can buy everything from China. Okay. But let's look at this rather. But what about the other way around? The other way around.
Let me try to explain. everything, it's a free market, so you will always get your hands on everything.
Yes,
the
exactly.
Thing with the sanction, okay, let me explain. If you take Russian oil, they were exporting like 3 million barrels a day, I think, or something like that.
Yes.
To a price of $80. In the budget, they have budgeted with $79, I think. Now they're selling their oil to China and India for $557. So they have to, for these countries to buy, Russia have to give big discounts, and they're losing a lot of money. Half the.
Do you know that? Let me explain, Morten. Let me explain. So let's say there were 100 barrels of oil in the market. Russia produces 20 barrels out of it. So what's basically happening? Europe says that they're not going to buy the 20 barrels. They're going to buy out of the 80 barrel pool that's left. What happens is that the Europe loses its leverage because Europe can only access the 80% of the market. Russia loses its leverage because Russia can only offer to half the market that is left. So basically what's happening is that Russia's not going to lose. Russia's not going to collapse. Russia's going to get
these are short term.
I don't say Russia's going to collapse.
Europe is not going to win either. Both are going to lose leverage. That's all these sanctions are doing. Europe is losing its leverage in the oil market, and Russia is losing its leverage because it has less customers to offer.
That's not all it's doing, though, because it's doing something else which is much, much more important than anything you'll see in the numbers. Is it's buying friends. I mean, India is getting a huge advantage out of picking up this discount oil. That pays off in long-term friendships, alliances, other deals like military equipment, other diplomatic positions. The more dependent India is on cheap Russian oil, the more likely they are to sign defense deals and diplomatically align on other issues, or at least resist American pressure. And so I think that the whatever you're losing on selling these discounted barrels, and Russia is not going to be restricted by any European price cap level. They can launder that oil a bunch of different ways, and they have been. But that just buys them more friends. If you've got Greeks and Chinese and Indians buying your oil, sticking it in their tankers, and then laundering it into the European or other markets, then you've gained a pirate fleet. You've gained friends. So think of it like building a cartel. The more there is of oil to launder around, or mined materials to launder around, the bigger that illegal black market becomes. And Putin, who very much understands organizing a mafia into a global power, which is what he really did by taking the oligarchs and bringing them into his autocracy, which is now very much under his control, look at this like a Soviet, not like some kind of Western economist. Look at this as building networks of people that owe you and that need your stuff to stay in power themselves.
The problem for Russia is that they have no means to get all their oil to India and China. It's too far away, and there's no chance. So if you can't sell the oil directly or put it directly into Europe, you eventually have to close those valves.
It doesn't really work that way, though, because basically because of swaps in the financial market. There is a lot more storage capacity in the old Soviet system and the immediate neighbors. And you better believe that countries like Turkmenistan or Kazakhstan, they will fill up every storage tank they have. They will launder every single barrel they can. And I agree with you, there is some kind of backup problem, but it is not anywhere near as severe as you state or as some other Westerners have stated. There's three things that you should be aware of. One, the Turks are very much maximizing their inflow. So a lot of what was going to Europe is now going to Turkey. The Turks are complete pirates when it comes to like selling the stuff or reselling the stuff or storing the stuff. They'll use everything they can. And the two pipelines under construction, they're gas pipelines, I believe, in the east, the Power of Siberia 2 and 3. The expertise for those is coming from Saudi Arabia, right? So with respect to gas, I don't think there's any case or issue at all. You can also shut off gas lines fairly reliably and restart them. It's a little harder to do this with oil, but oil is also more storable, right? So I don't think there is seriously a problem where they literally can't do anything with the oil, and therefore the oil ends up backing up and freezing in the pipes. But even if that did happen, so what? What, they would just shut off the marginal wells that only have a couple more years to run anyway. The world is moving in general off of oil far sooner than it will move off of gas, far sooner than it will move off of coal. Oil is on the target first. The things we use oil for are reducing much faster. Transport.
I agree in what you're saying, but you can't get away from the price they're getting from their oil now. Yeah. It's like $57 a barrel. They're losing half of their profits. That's
I don't believe that. I don't believe it. I don't think you are stating a fact. I think that if there's a laundering network which is taking Russian oil and reselling it to other customers, and we know there is one, marking it up and selling it to Europeans and others, then the Russians are not getting $0 out of that. That's not how it works. They're getting a piece of that action.
It's already quite big. It's a big price. It's not a small price.
Yeah,
it's relatively smaller than the
enormous half the profits.
Plus 100.
If you have a budget that states you need $79 a barrel, and you get 47, you have a big loss.
Yeah, but who cares? Their credit is great.
They're over the budget. They
credit where they don't have access to loan. Huh? What?
They don't owe money.
They don't owe anybody anything.
No, I know that.
Well, then their credit is perfect. They can go to China or anybody, and there's no other payments in the way of paying back their Chinese or Indian bankers or their Saudi bankers. Why do you think the Saudis love them so much right now? I mean, it's because, look, financially, when the West cut Russia out of SWIFT, they took a bunch of Russia's cash reserves, yes, but what did they give Russia? They gave Russia a complete cessation of all obligations to repay any Western debt. They gave Russia a blank check to use any Western technology without paying license fees ever again. And they left behind whole auto plants and fast food chains and all kinds of things that the Russians just picked up and began operating themselves. I think that whole equation works out so heavily to the Russians' advantage. And then when you look at the BRICS Plus countries willing to buy from them.
What you're missing here, Craig, is that Russia are producers, as are China. And the big gambit of Xi and Putin over the past 20 years is they've been trying to pry the consumers away from the United States, their partners in Europe, essentially, and the wealthier countries like Turkey and all of them. So at first, everybody thought, Xi is going to be a great partner. He's a, economic liberal. He's a great partner. We can move away from the United States. Well, all of a sudden you find out Xi is an authoritarian, and Europe is really uncomfortable with him, and they don't really want to do business with him. And really, really wealthy people in the West, they don't want to do business in China. They don't want to get disappeared. And the same with Putin, he made a big gamble, which made a lot of sense at the time, invading Ukraine, because there was a very good, real opportunity that they could peel the West away from the United States, and that the United States might not act, being war weary and, spending a lot of money. But now that the West has aligned against him, the West is trying very much to move away from him. So all his consumers and all the money power is moving away from him. And so that's long term. Yeah, short term.
Okay, but wait. I can agree with that, except that this was an explicit plan of the Chinese 5-year plans. You can read them, where they explicitly shifted their production away from export intent and towards consuming the entire top to bottom chain of what they make domestically as much as possible. So like the United States in the 1930s and 40s, they want to be a silo. And they've done a lot in that respect. Their auto industry serves them. It doesn't really export cars to the rest of the world. It serves China, right? So that's an example of they have succeeded in doing a top to bottom integration. So I don't think it's not an issue. I agree with you, it's an issue. But the Chinese did have at least 5-8 years head start on building themselves a super strong civilian domestic economy, the same way FDR did in the 30s in the US, stayed out of the global conflict, let everybody else weaken each other, but you're building a super powerful infrastructure and a domestic economy that functions. So I think the Chinese are ready for this. Whether the Russians are ready for it is a different question. I might agree with you more about Russia and less about China.
Hey, Island.
Hello. Hello. Is my mic working?
Yes. So anyone want to test your mic?
Finally, the Belarusian.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. We were missed.
We don't want to get him in trouble, though. Let's not ask him any really difficult questions.
Thanks for World of Tanks, by the way. Different question.
I would like to explain
I would like to
something.
ask you a question here.
Tog 2.
Wait, I have to adjust some of the volumes.
Martin.
Some of you guys are so soft.
Martin.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, because I'm sure you are aware that the Russian ruble, sure, it lost a lot of value in the beginning of the war, but then now it's stronger than ever. What is your opinion on that?
Well, I believe that they're manipulating the currency just as China is doing.
And we are not? And we are not?
Everyone adjust the
The
currency,
reason-
right? Isn't it?
It's been known a long time that China is manipulating the currency.
Sure, that's not so controversial, but I mean, when we're thinking about our current inflation rates, if you go by nominal metrics before the changes they did in the 80s, we should have hit like a 20-30% increase, and this was alluded to actually in one of Putin's speech, and I think he was quite accurate. They say we have a 8 to 10 something percent inflation, but you can just look at the grocery store; it's just generally 20-30%. So, like, this is how you're talking about currency manipulation. Yeah, sure. I'm not going to.
No, I believe that the Russian
bank
bank
our
is
side is any better.
buying a lot of rubles with the dollar reserves they have to keep their the ruble stable.
I was just wondering, maybe it's just the Russians don't have to manipulate their currency as much as we do because they're not as debt laden as we are. So they might have to play some games, but they got a lot farther to fall in reality.
I've heard that argument based on the American service sector is heavily overvalued by contrast, and then the production center of Russia was severely undervalued, as it is in many other producing countries. And this was this caused a distortion in the perception of what would a sanction do. Because yes, in nominal sense, the sanctions would do what they would expect. Most countries would get crushed from that, but Russia had
the sanction will not. You won't see any meaningful thing happening before it's 1.5 years after the sanction starting. Everybody expects that the sanction will cripple Russia. The sanction will never cripple Russia in any way. But
they've spent the last 20 years. He's been the best politician in the world, probably. Like, all the BRIC nations went broke funding, domestic policies, but Putin's been stacking cash for 20 years. And when oil was $100 a barrel, that guy, he's been an excellent player, but he has maybe made a fatal mistake.
But he is not a wartime president. He's an economics president. He's good for the economics of the country, but I don't see him being a wartime president.
I want to add also on the money manipulation. Every country actually adjust their currency in some way or another. I think that's what everybody do. Especially in Singapore, we also always adjust our currency to. That's why you want your own monetary policy. So joining the EU might not be the best thing for any country. Like for Greece, they went into severe debt and they cannot get out of it because they have zero control over their monetary policy. They cannot say, okay, we're going to adjust our currency lower so that we can expand the export. They cannot do that. They are stuck. Then for Russia, they do sell a lot, so they can, but they are very connected to the global economy. So it's not like you can do everything you want. China is a totally different thing, different monster altogether, because they have two sets of currency. One is internal currency, one is external currency. Their currency is not fully connected with the global market, which is why everybody is calling for them to open their financial markets, which they don't dare to, because once they connect it, they will not be able to print money freely, which what they are doing now. So then you will no longer have this slave labor kind of thing, because currently they can just print a lot of money, and all they need the foreign currency is just to buy imports. Internally they can build all this massive infrastructure because they're just printing money. It's just which is just free money. So that's why goods from China is stupidly cheap because it's all operated on a slave labor kind of thing, because the money is not real. You can't really buy renminbi anytime you want. No, and nobody wants it. If you realize that when China go and negotiate with other countries, when they want to okay, let's trade only with renminbi with your local currency, nobody wants it. Like Saudi Arabia just rejected it like a few weeks ago because nobody wants their currency, because they know China is just printing money freely, and China is currently looking for markets to throw their debt on, because once you print money, you are actually borrowing money from the future. And when you borrow money from the future, you're going to have to pay it back. If you don't pay it back, you get massive inflation. And that's what China is now facing. So Russia is a different monster because Russia is very connected to the global economy. And their financial market is open. You can anytime you can go and buy rubles. It's a bit different. So I wouldn't say they manipulate the currency. Of course, every country have the right to adjust the currency, but you adjust too low, if you adjust lower, you can export more, but you have lesser buying power. If you adjusted high, you can buy things cheaply, but you cannot sell your stuff. So it's manipulating currency is not like a free money kind of thing, only for China, because China have a totally different monetary policy.
And
the US, yeah.
I think that's a reflection of the US policy, right? China is trying to.
I would say it's a reflection of money in general.
Definitely.
Well, isn't that a reflection of money in general? Like, why aren't more countries doing it? I would say, for example, Norway should simply make a currency for all our needs. If it's talking about food stuff, electricity, housing, and so forth, we should have a currency that is not speculated on the stock market. It's easier for you to regulate it beyond having any profit incentive or excessive profit incentive and so forth. But why are we not doing it?
I'll give you an example. When Greece was in big trouble, there were a lot of discussions about creating an internal currency, because we were not able to control the euro. So the problem with Greece was that money, the government, and in extension all businesses, do not have money to pay each other. It was not a physical economic crisis that we were not able to produce something.
I've heard our Varoufakis elaborate on how artificial that crisis actually was, because it was something along the line of, you need to use this currency and this money to sort your business, but we're not going to give it to you, and you can't get it from anywhere else.
So the problem is that when you cannot control your currency, what happens? Normally, if a country controls its currency and the balance of trade is how you say the word? You don't have a surplus, then you simply print a lot of money. You create a bit of inflation, but when you're in deficit, you print money, you create an inflation, but because of that, because the currency is cheaper for an investor to buy, then the economy self-corrects. But with euro, we were not able to do that. So we have a strong currency, but we cannot have investments. And by investment, I mean everything, like for a tourist, for somebody to build a factory, to buy a house, anything. And that's why it was really surreal that people had a salary that they could buy an iPhone, but they could not afford the basic needs.
But Greece is okay now.
I think that's an artificial situation. It's not.
Greece, though, was unique in Europe.
Italy.
The problem with Greece is that the political system is corrupted, but the corruption itself, it's not the problem. The problem is that we have really nonsense socialist policies, and that creates big problems for the government to manage to make how you say housekeeping. For example, in Greece, when you are a civil servant, you are hired for life. It's not possible to get fired. And most of the things in Greece is public, like education, the health is public. Like most of the things are public. So
they're
we
all
have
public,
a huge
but as you said, right, no one wants to invest in it. So it's if it's all public and no one's investing in it, is that not creating a spiral that will continuously make it worse?
Oh, Greece is okay
yes.
now.
Yes, that's the problem. That's the problem.
Hearing,
Greece.
Well, it's two different.
Greece needs reforms. Sorry.
That's two different opinions. Morton, you say they're fine now, but Georgios, it sounds like you're saying
no. I said Morton is right. Greece seems to be fine, but it's not.
Okay.
Greece is fine right now because after the COVID, they managed to overhype the tourism. So we used to have tourism in summer, but in some places like Athens, we still have some tourism. So things seems to be good. And the other thing that I think that that's the main reason is because our current president really bent the knee to US. So Greece was traditionally pro-Russian. People are pro-Russian. Like we consider Russians and Serbians like our brothers. But
what did you guys get in exchange for bending the knee? Did you guys get support on your rights claims in the Mediterranean?
Sorry?
Oil? Didn't you guys have oil rights claims or natural gas rights claims that you were disputing with some countries in the Mediterranean? Like, my question was, what did you guys get in return for bending the knee to the United States?
So the thing is that Greece has traditional disputes with Turkey. Of course, Turkey is stronger, and we cannot solve the problem with the territorial waters and the exclusive economic zone. As per the international treaties, Greece has to declare some specific borders as territory and as exclusive economic zone, but because that's against the Turkish interests, there is a status of casus belli. So they said that if you declare them, we will declare war directly towards you. So for most of the years, Americans wanted to keep the status quo, but now that Turkey is trying to go to their traditional Ottoman/Byzantine diplomacy and play by both sides, US is trying to invest more in Greece, and that's why our president wants to make US to be sure that we will be 100% with your side and we will be against Russia.
What specific region is I guess doubly claimed by or under like this strain? I understand it's territorial waters, but is it the waters that lead to the straits? Is that specifically it, or is it a greater region than that?
If we extend our territorial waters to 12 miles, which is like the legal kind of thing.
Yeah, the international standard.
Yeah, that's the normal.
So you can exit the strait, but then you cannot go in international waters. Like you will have to pass from Greek territorial waters.
That's specific.
They had a war in the 60s. They had a war in the 60s. So Cyprus is divided.
Cyprus is a mess.
Cyprus isn't near the straits, though. That's a different situation.
Yes,
no.
It's not.
But
It's a different situation.
But it's a part of
so from strategic point of view, we have the territorial waters, but I don't think that that's the main thing that we like Greece cares about. the thing is the exclusive economic zone, because it has a lot of oil and gas, and we can solve most of our problems.
Hey guys, real quick. I just jumped in. Can you give me a quick recap? What's the topic right now that we're on? I'm hearing a lot about Greece and Turkey. Is that the topic?
Yeah,
roughly explained.
We're talking about their tensions. One thing that we should mention is.
Okay, before that, we are talking about monetary policy. So
yeah, and I was going to tie it back actually, because one thing to say about Turkey is it is trying, at least nominally, to build a new canal that would kind of make Istanbul into an island. And they're claiming that if they do that, that the Montreux Convention would not apply, and they could decide unilaterally to leave it open in times of war, which would be an immense leverage over the Montreux Convention, which requires them to close the straits to combatants in times of war. So that would be a lot of leverage, and it's a bit. And one of the issues possibly with Greece is that if Greece has territorial waters that impede flow in and out of that new canal, then that puts Greece also in a bottleneck position, almost equivalent to Turkey in terms of who would be allowed to get in and out of the Black Sea in a conflict. So that explains some of the seemingly huge issue between Turkey and Greece over this economic rights zone issue. Cyprus is different. The only big issue there is some potential offshore fossil finds that may actually not really be that valuable, but the strait access is very important. And so that's that issue. On the Greek currency issue, I'm going to state an opinion which is almost similar to you guys, but it's a little more nuanced. Greece should never have been in the euro. It was scammed into the euro by Goldman Sachs, and many people think that was an attempt to torpedo the euro by the Americans. The problem that Greece had was, yes, it had an overly privileged civil service that couldn't be fired, but that civil service could have, isn't necessarily itself the problem, except it wasn't doing its job. The Greeks were literally not collecting the taxes from the rich people. So you had kind of a conspiracy between career bureaucrats who couldn't be fired and rich shipping oligarchs and other people evading taxes that meant that the state was getting screwed both ways by civil servants not doing their jobs and by not having the finances. That is very different than the other economic problems in Europe. Greece was unique in that problem. So Ireland, Portugal, Spain did not have problems like that.
It's
only Greece.
It's not like that. Shipping, sorry.
Why does
shipping is like an industry that not only in Greece but all around the world has the essence of being something free, something that that you cannot tax. And that's also the reason why the Greek shipping exists as something very strong. We control like 25 to 30% of the tonnage transported by sea. It's like it's a miracle for a country small like Greece.
But the Greek oligarchs were able to extend that general impunity to taxation for shipping into all their domestic affairs as well. They underfinanced the Greek state in all their activities, including the hotels and real estate and everything they owned. They were able to evade taxes like crazy.
No, that's wrong. The ship owners do not make domestic business at all. Like if they make, it's like very, very tiny. On the contrary, we had the political parties that they put their own families and corrupted friends, and they are specifically giving them contracts to, let's say, to build some infrastructures, etc. And so that's how things were built, and especially like before the crisis, let's say that you had your son and he graduated, I don't know from which university, but you can knock the door in a political party and say, I have my child, can we find a job for him in in the public sectors? Yeah, of course. You get a permanent job.
Can I interrupt?
Okay, but cronyism like that happens everywhere in Europe.
No. In Greece, it was a systematic thing. like that was the way to find a job. And once you get this job, then you are completely incompetent because they could not fire you. That's why the Greek civil servants are completely useless. Completely,
But if
you
you
cannot
believe
understand
that,
in what
you're not going to
level
pay
we
your
are talking
taxes.
about.
If
No,
you
but the
believe
problem
that,
they have,
you're going to
So you
evade
see,
taxes, right?
So
when they retire,
yes, and it creates
See?
another problem
Yeah.
because like the people who are not in the public sector, they are calling them lazy. So and they also avoid to pay the taxes. And the people in the civil service, in fact, they are lazy. They're not working. So the system cannot move like that.
That is a unique bottleneck, isn't it? Right?
Well,
Once the general perception is that the rich and the cronies are getting away with everything, why should I pay them my taxes? And you start looking for your own ways out. But we have a larger problem here, though, about monetary reform and geopolitics beyond Greece, right? So I wanted to address that. And I'm going to say something actually kind of radical, which is we're going to, in history, look back on the 20th century or like the years from World War I to just recently as the age of money. But I don't think we're going to look at the next 100 years. Money is literally not even a thing. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. And that is, money has 4 different functions in economics. It serves as their store of value, standard deferred payment, unit of account, medium of exchange are the 4 things. When you look at what's going on in the world, almost everything is about breaking those up. Crypto is, for instance, a great medium of exchange. You can make instantaneous transactions. It's a terrible store of value. It's extremely volatile. And almost no one uses it as a unit of account or standard or deferred payment, even though they keep trying to use it for that.
You don't have the estate behind the crypto to protect you.
Exactly. Whereas a standard of deferred payment could well be a commodity, like an ounce of gold will be just as useful to me in a year as it is now. So I think we're seeing these functions break up. And so ideas like a reserve currency or a balance of payments might actually be almost impossible to measure or obsolete because most of world trade might be in swaps and commodity trades and long-term
bartering.
But essentially a very sophisticated, ultra sophisticated barter economy where a lot of what goes on is invisible, including, things like the resale of Russian oil through third parties. Maybe the benefit you're getting for that is not even in cash. Maybe it's in a commodity or in a favors, a diplomatic or military favor. So it becomes really, really hard to even use neoliberal economics in a world like that. You're back in a complicated 1880 to 1920 kind of world where, there really isn't a standard.
As long as we don't relive 1911, I'm happy.
Hey, Craig, are you familiar with Peter Josephs?
Peter Josephs.
Yeah, he's the one who made the Zeitgeist movie. He was an economist.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Right, so he has some podcasts that, because he's actually an economist, and he kind of outlines like how money is bullshit and whatever, and in a sense, it kind of sounds like what you're basically telling, and this is sort of like where I think it seems natural, because money is an abstraction that is, at one point it was based on gold, which is also an abstraction, but, trying to interpret money as something that actually accurately reflects value is kind of bonkers from the outset. And so, Peter Joseph say, like him or dislike him, but I think he has a good point when he refers to, I think it was named Jean-Luc, the Venus Project regarding the a resource-based economy. So, for example, with the industrial age, it kind of broke this economic triangle of the employer, employee, and consumer, right? In the sense that the labor can now be outsourced into machinery, and it kind of the economic system we have now. I'm just kind of outlining so you could respond on this, but my understanding, and I think it seems very accurate from how he elaborates it, is that our economy is essentially a scarcity-based economy. It cannot work unless it has something that it cannot. it needs to make a profit of a problem, and so for that reason it cannot solve the problem. Like it's meant to solve a problem where there were actual scarcity that doesn't actually exist anymore. And so like the money becomes increasingly obsolete by the nature of things. And this is
money is the thing that's becoming obsolete. I think it's humans that are becoming anachronistic, like the human worker. Like that's the huge problem these governments are going to have. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not going to say you're wrong, but I don't see money going anywhere. Like it's been the tool for thousands of years. So,
well, let me give an example.
To how that
is
in the United States and in China and everywhere, the production they can do, the efficiency of the production they can do. Even they're going to be moving things around autonomously. There's not even going to be a captain on that ship coming out of Greece. So who what do they need humans for? Like only to buy shit. So it's like they're going to have some real social problems and then some real economic problems.
Well, I want to answer that question though, because it's a valid question. I'm familiar with the zeitgeist analysis and the whole resource-based economy argument, but first of all, I despise the name. I won't use it. Resource-based economy is just clearly wrong terminology. Won't touch it. The analysis, however, is basically correct, that economics is a study of scarcity, but different things are scarce now. And this might be an alarming thought, but what if what's scarce is not any given commodity flow or any particular life support measure, but what if what's scarce is safety or fairness or closure or something like that?
And
like what if we live in a world that's so unpredictable that just another hour of being safe is worth, trading for? No resource is worth it because it may not be yours, it may be taken from you. I'm going to agree with the point just made about automation and the loss of workers, because we historically used to think about value as being 100 plus years ago, store of value was land, right? If you were land owner, you had a store of value that had reliable yield and reliable resale value, right? So it was not in the monetary economy, really. It's in the last couple hundred years, it's shifted away from being land to being other things. But labor was super important in the 20th century. It's like without a educated worker base, you couldn't produce manufactured goods. So that was value on a national scale. And now with automation, it's not clear that a bunch of workers who can do repetitive tasks is of any value. They may be more of a liability than a value. So I think all these things need fundamental re-examination. What's scarce is probably something like predictability or safety. And so then that becomes the thing that economics has to study. It has to stop studying resources or inputs or labor, and it has to start studying the things that are actually difficult to get, like certainty.
But I have to ask you one thing.
Is that then not economy anymore? Is that not economics and then just psychology at that point?
Yeah, I was about to say, because it presupposes a wide change in a way that I don't really see.
I think it's the point that everything blends. Like you can think also about pluralism in a state, which gives trust between people.
Oh no!
People will not, create revolution based on religion or ethnic differences.
I do agree with Craig, right? When in regard to how we could be looking at a change of what we value, right? But I don't think that would be an economy anymore, right? So are we moving away from the concept of economics at that point? But that's hard to wrap your head around.
Yeah,
that's hard to wrap your head around.
I can get away with money, like money not being a thing, but that a tangible thing.
Because
we're all a matter of psychology.
Humans,
it seems a bit too far.
Right,
from
humans are naturally greedy. There's a mind and then there's an outside world. So
well, but that depends on what you define as greed, because greed can also be just simply acceptance of others, right? So if you're in a society where it's encouraged, you are looked up upon if you have a nice car and a house. Okay, that's how our society is now. But let's say you change the incentive structure, then what makes you popular is not necessarily that you have all these things, it's what you do to others. That's utopic
right there.
Yeah, Kind of, not necessarily though, because our societies were most of the time before the agricultural revolution very much like that. You did not get along in this tribe if you didn't cooperate with others. Everything was based on cooperation. But now the scarcity basis that forced that cooperation is gone, and so
it's hard to understand that, right? You're completely correct. It's we've moved away from it for so long that moving back to it seems like alien, I guess.
I would say no, because because the thing is that for the simple reason that we went to a model that kind of dealt with this scarcity, this real scarcity we had in the terms of, and it was mostly labor, but it was a time and the act like you can do to actually get the resources. But at this point, you know, we know where the resources are most of the time. We know how much of it most of the time. Also, we can also the machines will do all the labor facets and so forth. And so the economic model where you need to work and so subsequently ending down to being a producer and this circle goes on. The thing is that, well, let's take, for example, I alluded to this earlier. Why don't we have a currency for things that are necessity and then everything else goes into the stock market? Because we have based our economy to deal with all of that in that way. Everything has to do with money and profit overall. However, one could also just simply dismiss money from production and simply give people food. And the logic here, of course, you might find it absurd, but the simple logic here would be, you know, you have to making food, shelter, electricity, transportation, and so forth for everyone. That's an absolute expense. You cannot get away from that. You don't give people food, your society collapses. They don't shelter, things collapse, and so forth. So what we tend to be often conflating is this value generation through profit. But what profit really is when it comes to basic necessities is an additional expense, an unnecessary expense on profit, on a necessary expense. But we have it as a matter of organizing and control. And from here we could change. However, before I let you guys continue, I had one question that I saw in the comment because I have to go. That's why I'm being a little bit rude right now. This was referring to Georgios and everyone else who have I think Rolf Steiner, this guy who keeps commenting. Hey, Mr. Steiner, you can also come on the stream sometimes because you seem to be opinionated. Anyways, he made a comment.
Don't be a chicken shit. Come on the stream.
Yeah, right. Come on. We welcome you. We want you. We need you.
That's an order, Steiner.
Yes, Steiner, get on. Anyways, he made a comment that I would like to kind of ask before I leave, and this relates to, he said something about that South Cyprus is not actually part of NATO, which if I remember correctly, this means the Greek part of Cyprus. Can anyone what is that? Like, it's not a part of NATO, but still a part of NATO? Like, Georgios, do you know? But Cyprus being the Greek part of Cyprus, for example, not being a part of NATO.
Well, not only okay, it's not. It's Greek, but legally it's a different state. It's not part of NATO, and it was also sanctioned from buying weapons from the US. So their inventory is Russian.
Would that mean, in effect, that if Turkey wanted to, they could actually invade that part of Cyprus, and it wouldn't be Article 4 or 5?
It's different.
Did they get that super chat?
There is this state of guarantees between Greece, Turkey, and UK. And
okay, so UK is the mediator.
There is a buffer zone.
That mediator is probably a strong word.
Yeah, you mean guarantor like Minsk?
It was like Minsk when Turkey invaded Cyprus. They invaded as a guarantor power. The thing is that Turkey maintains 50,000 soldiers in the north part. Just to have an image of how low 200,000 soldiers of Russia are in Ukraine. Like, if you check on the map,
that's what I was about to say.
You will understand that. I belong to the group of people that said that Russia is not going to invade Ukraine, because you cannot invade with 150,000 that they had in Belarus to make drills. It's impossible.
Well, I guess the argument,
classic military tactics, because
we've been over this one a lot. We don't need to talk about that again.
Hey guys, can I interrupt you for a second? I would have a question to you.
We had a super chat.
My name is Carl. I'm calling from Spain. I'm originally half Luxembourgish and half Hungarian. I'm preparing for I have a returning YouTube show and analyzing the war situation, and now I wanted to ask you, like, what is your opinion about the new announcements from the US that they delivering I guess it's like 90 Bradleys. France is around like 40 AMX-10, and I think Germany is around like 40 Marder IFVs as well. So first of all, are you familiar with these weapon systems? Second, what do you think? How long does it take to get them on the front and actually put them into actions? And third, what kind of effect it could have on the recent front situation, if any, and how would you compare it to the Russian competitive equipments like the BMP-1, BMP-2, BTRs, T-72, and so on?
Well, first off, I heard that they sent 50 Bradleys over to Ukraine as of right now. I can tell you right
50?
now. Yeah, I heard 50 Bradleys, but I mean, there also were APCs that were sent from, I think, both France and Germany. I'm not sure it's the total amount. I only know about the Bradleys. You have to understand that sending 50 Bradleys over to that situation is just about as effective as when they sent, what was it, about 20 HIMARS about 3 months ago, 4 months ago, right? You're spitting in the ocean, you know, because honestly, the fact that Russia has already implemented the Ukrainian suicide drones into the equation. Once they track down where these Bradleys are going to be, it's just going to be a turkey shoot, you know. And that's if they don't decide to use a missile on them first. I've heard that the last I heard, there's a gentleman who used to be a former Navy midshipman, not the other guy, not the weapons inspector. I forgot his name, but it's another gentleman who's it's not Scott Ritter. It's someone else. So he was a Navy NATO midshipman. So he was on the naval part of NATO.
This is a YouTuber or a guy you know?
No, he's a YouTuber. I can't think of his name right now. He's a portly gentleman who wears really thick rimmed glasses. But he was talking.
Ward Carroll?
Huh?
Ward Carroll?
Maybe he's a dark haired guy. I'm trying to.
Oh, never mind. That guy does Air Force or Navy aviation.
Right,
guys. I'm opening a slot for another participant to join. I have to go, but if you guys are on, I'll be joining back again.
Hey,
so,
make sure you wear gloves in your hat.
But this guy was apparently saying that they were going to deploy the 50 Bradleys exclusively to the Zaporizhia zone. So apparently, in an attempt to cut Russian forces in half, I don't know how viable that is to cut them in half, and that they were going to take the rest of those forces. They were going to take the German-made APCs and they were going to spread them throughout the Donbass region, primarily in Bakhmut, and they were going to take the French APCs and they were going to use them for an offensive against the Kherson region. Whether or not it's going to be effective, I mean, it just doesn't seem like enough, you know. And that
clearly is not enough. And honestly, is there a single person on this feed who thinks that 50 Bradleys in Zaporizhia are going to cut their way to Melitopol with basically the hardest forces Russia has on either side of it?
Well,
I mean, no one believes that, right?
And I know Vaughn wants to say something real quick too. But my quick thing is, like, to answer Carol's question, I guess from my perspective, it's no one wants Ukraine to win. If that's what they're willing to send to Ukraine, it's pissing on them and then calling it rain. It's pissing on them and calling it and saying that it's raining, right?
It is. It's almost like you're saying, we have all been trying to get Nazis killed all along. Here, let's just kill the last few Nazis here before this ends. Like, that's all that is. It's just here's suicide gear.
Well, it's not. I was just going to say, if you look at the amount of equipment they sent, just vehicle-wise, it's basically a brigade's worth of equipment. And when you look at what the equipment is, basically the United States, NATO, whatever, they're sending over what you could term as a heavy reconnaissance unit, a heavy reconnaissance brigade. The Bradleys are great. They might have a little bit more of an advantage in maybe the optics, but a BMP carries an anti-tank missile and a 30-millimeter cannon. The Bradley carries 2 anti-tank missiles and a 25-millimeter cannon. Their armor is comparable. The BMP has a lower profile. That's one thing we used to think was funny, because when I was in the Army on the M1, we had Bradleys assigned to our Cav scouts, and we always said, how are you a scout when you have a higher profile than an M1 tank?
One. BMP 1 or 2?
Either one of them. I mean, unless they have some kind of modified turret. The standard infantry fighting vehicle for the BMP is very low profile.
Isn't the Bradley like 20 feet tall?
I think it's. I don't want to say 14, but it could be 14.
Well, with the toe up, with the toe up, oh.
And here's my question for the commander, though. For commander, because all this stuff is combined arms theory, right? Like, if you got a brigade of Bradleys, what good does it do if you have no air superiority? If you had a brigade of Bradleys and Russia has complete air superiority, they're worthless. If you have a brigade of Bradleys and you have some kind of air superiority, they can be very effective. But I've not understood at all, Commander, what the air situation is and how Russia is not able to completely dominate, or how much they are dominating the airspace. I think that is so key to what any of these tools do.
I think they are hiding their capabilities.
Talk about it, right?
There's no other explanation.
Why didn't you speak on that?
That argues that there's the side that says that Russia's keeping all their aircraft back in case NATO interferes, and no one really believes that. And then there's the other side that says Ukraine has total air dominance over their airspace, which,
I think Russia's using when it wants to use when it wants to use it. If there's a reason to use it, they'll use it. If not, they're not going to use it. I mean, if they got some fat targets for the cruise missiles, the backfires go up. If they got a hot radar signature, then the Kinzel goes off the MiG-31. I mean, why should they put extra hours on airframes they don't need to? And NATO's not.
I think it's very, very.
Oh, wow. What did you say beforehand? You put out a video about this not long ago, that there was like 800 aircraft in Belgorod. Not but what, a month and a half ago? You posted.
There's rumors.
Some time ago.
Yeah, it's rumors about helicopters and planes all over the place, hundreds of them.
Yeah, but having them doesn't mean that they would use it. It's probably just
you can't use all of them all at once. That's no way.
But in our days, Air Force is more for strike missions, stealth strike missions towards advanced anti-air systems. So why should they use the Air Force if they have so much artillery? They
you're right. Enemy artillery.
And they have cruise missiles.
The goal of this operation is to, I mean, at least according to the Russians, is to demilitarize Ukraine, destroy their military, right? And
that's half of it.
I mean, that's why they use drones. Why risk a man with a robot?
This goal is changing pretty frequently, like denazification.
No, that one's pretty consistent. That was ever since.
That's very consistent.
Yeah, but honestly, though, I think that the whole military operation has changed now. I think at this point now, it's territory. It's to take territory. I think there's a blood fight.
I want to agree with Vaughn, but also extend what he said, because I think he's absolutely right that you don't bother with putting aircraft in the air to loiter or whatever if you can deal with the exact same threat from the ground. So I almost want to retire the term air dominance, because it's a meaningless term now. If everything that happens in the air can be dealt with in real time from the ground with missile response and with quick real-time drones.
Scrum in Bakhmut if they
Say that again?
air dominance.
There's no such concept as air dominance anymore. Everything in the air gets dealt with from the ground. right?
I mean,
so
just
like,
look at the U.S. invasion of Iraq, and like that is air dominant.
it is, but that doesn't exist anymore. We don't live in that world. We live in a world where as soon as you fire an
US
artillery,
has
it
no
gets hit with
borders.
counter-bat.
US has no borders to invade. Like technically, they had from Saudi Arabia, but US is fighting with Navy. Russia is not fighting.
Yeah, but you're talking
Navy.
20 years
Yes,
ago. Today is not 20 years ago. Today we have infantry carried drones that they can get in the air in 5 minutes to do jamming of the guys in the trench over there, and we have basically counter battery fire that blows up a towed artillery after it gets no more than 2 shots off. Who needs air dominance in a world like that?
Let me put another aspect. It's very important. The superpowers tried to develop railguns, including the US. US also introduced the Zumwalt class, which was a failure.
With its
They
lasers.
will remove the railguns, or at least they will not install railguns in the Zumwalt. They said that its projectile will cost $20,000, and the cost jumped to $1 million. It's a big failure, but everyone thought that the introduction of the railguns will erase the concept of Air Force, because airplanes could not fly if you have railguns on the surface and on the ground. The radars will detect, and with one precise shot, I don't remember how many Mach, will destroy the aircraft. And not only that, that the Americans haven't introduced the railguns, but also Russians created missiles that they could survive the railguns. And I don't know how this situation will evolve, but
I don't see the relevance of that to the air dominance discussion, though, because you use railguns to hit ultimately targets on the ground. You can use them for interception
everywhere.
But don't make a mistake here of thinking the Americans are the standard anymore. Like China has got at least 6 different railgun projects, and their shore-based railguns are going to turn any naval ship of any kind that goes within 300 kilometers of any Chinese anything. They will turn it to tinfoil and put it on the bottom instantly. Railguns are great when you have nuclear reactors on shore and hardened facilities, and you have a huge number of rails sitting there that you can translate. But they're terrible for force projection. That you can't put enough rails and get enough power on something like the Zumwalt. So it turns out that the power balance of railguns is not force projection, but defense. And that really, really favors Russia and China a lot.
I saw a story.
I think that because we will have so strong weapons, and we will not have the countermeasures, the important factor will be to acquire the targets, to detect the targets first.
Yes.
Who sees someone first will win. That will be.
But then air dominance is no longer a concept, right? It's intelligence is everything, and dominance is nothing, because you can just go hit whatever you need to hit through the airspace. Can't be stopped.
I saw a story too the other day where the Russians are taking basically their 500-pound dumb fuel air bombs, and they're strapping on what they call the analog JDAM system.
Yeah,
so they're basically taking these fuel air bombs, and it's got like a metal straps that hold it to the bomb. It looks like on the bottom, at a certain point, the wings kick out, and then I guess it navigates itself to a certain point. Not totally on target, but I guess it flies to the target. But that's a standoff weapon there. Another reason not to risk an aircraft, because you can launch from
Russia didn't develop that originally. Originally, that was an Iranian modification to Iranian bombs that they used on MiG-21s.
Yeah, and it was a real basic system, but it works. Obviously, it's going to work. It was a train load, like coal cars stacked with these fuel air bombs in crates getting ready to get.
That's a good segue, actually.
I think.
What do you guys think about? There was a few months ago that Russia said they were going to invest $40 billion into Iran's oil and energy infrastructure. in the next 20 years, do you guys see Iran emerging as like the superpower for that region of the world? Like they're going to be the dominant
emerging
power
on
for the
top of
Middle East?
Saudi Arabia.
Iran was always a superpower.
No, but I mean now that
but they forgot
they're
this for
getting
the
actual
last
infrastructure
200
investment
years.
though. They're getting like legit, like their infrastructure is about to get supercharged.
I think
Like,
their only
They
issue
want
for
to, but
Iran.
the Saudis and Israel will never allow that. You know.
Yeah, I mean,
is Saudi Arabia really a variable anymore?
Israel's going to be a huge problem for Iran to have any kind of dominance in the region.
Is Saudi Arabia going to be a variable in the next like 10 years?
Yeah.
Always.
They will remain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Saudi Arabia making
think-
peace with Iran is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it would be.
Will it hold?
Because is Iran part of OPEC Plus or no?
No,
Is it a
I
no?
was saying that the question is
Iran is part
whether
of OPEC
who is
Plus.
in
I
charge
think
of
they
the
are?
country.
They are part of
And
it?
I think so.
Okay.
I think in Saudi Arabia, the regime is in charge, and they will try to protect their existence. And to do that, like certainly, they should have the support of authoritarian countries.
I mean,
And like
you can look at
obviously China, Russia.
if they make peace with Iran, you could almost say Iran absorbs Saudi Arabia, and probably for some time period until it's not convenient, they let the Saudi royal family rule that region by proxy. Because I mean, once they take Saudi Arabia away from the West and Israel, and that's a huge power block of energy in the
Who has
world.
a higher population, Saudi Arabia or Israel? Saudi Arabia or Iran?
Iran could easily overwhelm them with people.
Well, where I'm going to agree with Vaughn, though, is that the Gulf region itself, where the actual oil and gas are, if you look at a religious map of the Gulf, it is actually more Shia than Sunni. And these are people that have more religious affinity with Iran and South Iraq than they do with Sunni rulers of Saudi and Wahhabis. They really are different people. So I'm going to mostly agree with Vaughn that if Saudi and Iran reach a kind of a truce in a way, it is kind of a Saudi saying, okay, you leave us alone in Western Saudi Arabia where all of the mining interests are and where the Red Sea is and where our technology projects that we're building are. And we will basically just not fight you in the Gulf and screw the Americans. They can leave the whole region. It is effectively a kind of a end to the long-standing Middle East standoff. And the country that loses the most out of that is Israel, because then it's left alone with no allies, really.
Okay, and then my next question is, would America allow that to happen if Israel's their ally?
It won't be up to America. America can't extend force all over the world anymore. It's running out of steam.
But I would also like to.
Well, I guess the way I'm looking at it is they could lash out, could they not?
They could lash out, but that doesn't help them control things long term. You can hurt people, but you can't protect people, if you know what I mean. There's a difference.
I mean, and who knows where Iran really is in their nuclear program? I mean, once they get a nuke, I mean, that's pretty much game, set, match. Nobody can touch them because nobody's going to allow it. I mean, Israel can balk all they want, but you know, if they're going to do something, they're going to have to do something before they go nuclear, and it's just they're not really in a position to do it. The United States isn't really in a position to help them do it because
I would argue that it's actually already considerably too late because given Iran's relationships with China and with Russia, is that if things got hot with Israel, there probably would be a phone call to Israel from Russia saying, knock it off or we'll give them nukes.
Yeah, I mean, they've really fostered that relationship. So I mean,
they have.
Speaking of weapons between Iran and Russia, I mean, how long? How can I say this? The weapons deals between Ukraine and Russia, at least what I've seen. Yeah. Victor, like for RU in Ukraine. Thought we answered this before, didn't we?
Yeah, but it's going to be a question every time. So
save it to the end when everyone wraps up.
Okay.
Well, I think we need to do a question though, like you guys from Europe.
So actually, there's this
the longer
was from much earlier
because was like 10
we were
minutes
talking
ago.
about something else.
Yeah.
No, this was actually from an hour ago or more. It's actually from the main DPA channel. I think Tommy is not around, or Timmy, or don't know, Tammy. I don't know what's his name. Yeah, so this was when I think he watched backwards and then he saw the Dnipro chat. Yeah, so I and he put $20, so I feel like a need to just to show this again to make sure that
Well,
yeah. But if you guys want to talk about this, we can.
If it's a natural logical border, I mean, I don't know. Still, part of me kind of believes that Russia wants to take Odessa because I don't. Maybe not even wants to take it, but will threaten to take it. And if you threaten to take it, then you can use it as leverage, right?
Well, there's so much like it's a breadbasket. Like the whole country is a breadbasket. It's manufacturing, it's raw materials.
Well, the commodities.
Russia can take everything.
Russia
can take everything.
I have a little.
When they will beat the Ukrainian army, when they beat the Ukrainian army in the Donbass, they will have the chance to take everything.
So here's my question for you. Here's my question for you.
The only question is whether or not
they have people who died.
They will find the resistance in this area.
Right? Remember that? 2014, there was the massacre at Odessa.
I remember.
There's like a matter of cultural pride in that, and they were all Russian speakers who were killed that day.
It depends who you ask.
I don't like this term Russian speaker because everyone in Ukraine speaks Russian, right? It's not a useful term.
Yeah, but these were people back in 2014, though. There was a massacre that occurred where they burned down a building that was full of people who were Russian speakers and they were pro-Russian. I'm saying something like that.
Pro-Moscow people, yeah.
Exactly. That's like a point of cultural pride. It kind of like, I'm not saying
it's a flashpoint for a lot of people.
That's what I'm saying. It's not an exact equivalent, but like for people in that region, that's like their 9/11. Where it's like we need to avenge that, and they would have the opportunity to. So that's going to be a sticking point.
But that goes back to the super chat.
No, you don't see it in Odessa. I think Odessa is very pro-Ukrainian. They want to belong to Ukraine. They actually build up like a whole very big, sophisticated defense line and defense systems.
It doesn't really matter.
Like a fortress.
I would argue both of these
May
points.
I put my opinion on like the Ukrainian identity? I think that in the past century, especially, we have seen engineering of ethnicities to being a thing, and if you go to the name of the Ukraine, what does Ukraine mean? It means edge, border.
Yeah.
Okay. In Greek, it's akri.
Well, Odessa is also a mixed ethnically, like a lot of Greek, a lot of Jewish, a lot of Russians, a lot of Ukrainians.
But clearly, there was like a lot of effort. Clearly, like even at the Russian Revolution, there was an army in Ukraine that was Ukrainian that was fighting Poland and the Red Army, and they just lost. Like the reason Ukraine became part of the Soviet Union was because the Ukrainians lost militarily. Like it
was a hybrid reason because this territory was part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So in fact, there is like there was the emergence of a different ethnicity, but it was not so strong. The thing is that right now they believe that they are something completely different, which is completely irrational, right?
Read their textbooks. Read the shit they teach to their kids. And you'll understand what they believe.
Yes.
They basically have made up a pretty fake history compared to what really happened. But wait, I want to like we can talk if we want to talk about like 1918 to 1922. There's a great channel on this. If you actually watch the Soviet-Ukrainian War documentary on the Great War Channel or something, it's not nearly. You can't talk about Ukraine though at that time because there are actually 4 different entities calling themselves Ukraine between 1919 and 1922, and they are not on the same territory. But I want to address the question of Odessa because that's really important. First of all, I agree Odessa is a mixed city, and it's a tragedy that it's in a position to have to decide between Moscow and Kiev, right? In some sense, right? That's a problem because people shouldn't be in that position. But I'm going to say this, and it's almost an ideological statement. It does matter very much, that event that happened in 2014. There's an entire channel on Discord, Russia, Ukraine debunking, where much of it is devoted just to the Odessa incident in 2014 and what was behind it. Well, here's what I'm going to say, and I may have to go soon because we're almost at the 3-hour mark. But I don't think it matters at all what the people of Odessa want. I think that doesn't matter at all. And the reason it doesn't matter is partly geopolitical, because to leave Ukraine with a port on the Black Sea is really inviting more military naval conflict, which is a problem. But the main reason it doesn't matter is because, given the incident did happen in 2014 and a lot of people were killed who were unarmed and so on, it matters in the same sense that like 4 Americans die in Benghazi, right? And did it matter what Libyans wanted or Benghazi wanted after that? No. What happened was you were in a geopolitical conflict with a superpower, and they were going to destroy you.
I
think it clearly matters what they want. I think it clearly. Hold on, I need to say this, like, because I think this is something that like has been misrepresented on both sides. Is that clearly there's a big portion of the Ukrainian population that's willing to fight, and that matters. That absolutely matters. Like when we were occupying Afghanistan and we propped up an army, they were clearly not willing to fight, which is why they lost. Like Ukrainians are clearly willing to fight. Now there are people in eastern Ukraine who are willing to fight for their independence, but Ukrainians are willing to fight. Now it's a matter of if the West will continue to arm them and fund them, and how important is this to the West and to Europe?
But are they willing to fight? I said before about the conscription that they have only 1 million people. I haven't seen Ukrainians flooding in the enlisting.
1 million people is 1 million soldiers. So the willingness to fight, right? You know, you have to really, even if let's say they are pretty not willing to fight, but let's say only 10% of the people willing to fight, 10% of 40 million is still 4 million people. You still have to fight 4 million people. So I don't think people should read too much into
it's
the
formidable,
Russian.
Of course. It's formidable, yes.
The Russian propaganda or misinformation or assertions that all the Ukrainians, a lot of people are willing to fight. They have to find soldiers on the street or whatever. But even if it's just 10% of the people, there's still tremendous number of people. The same thing goes on the other end. When people say that the Russian side, nobody want to fight Ukraine. The same thing. You just need 1% of the.
I'm gonna point out though that in Berlin in 1945 there were millions of people who picked up arms and who were willing to fight. But within 9 months of Berlin falling to the Red Army, there was literally no insurgents or resistance at all. The last of the Hitler Youth werewolves were killed.
That's a different situation
only
altogether.
ever a few hundred. Not that different, I don't think. No, I'm going to say the Nazis were very fanatical, had very much control of what the population believed and knew, much more than today. And they had all of these people willing to fight to the death. And yet there was a year after Berlin falls, there is nothing resisting, really. So honestly, I can't believe that it matters that much. Like if you lose militarily and you don't have an organized military anymore, the population will accommodate the new regime. They may be angry, but they'll form political parties, they'll form political movements, they'll try to mess with the regime in their new capital city.
That's what I was going to say before, that in our days, like in 30 years, Russia contains the brain of Ukrainians. It's very easy nowadays with the mass media and all of these things.
Not just mass media.
Propaganda creates new nationalities.
But at the moment, Ukraine is much better in that field.
No, they're not. I don't agree with that.
In what field? In what field?
In social media, how to
how you promote the war.
Are you saying Ukraine?
That's what you're saying.
I would say
change the mind or the way of thinking of the people.
The Ukrainians have been the Ukrainians have been socially engineered, for decades at this point. It's not the same level of like political fanaticism you saw in Berlin, because it was like, oh, my country is in danger, and it was all these things coming all together. Whereas it wasn't 30 years, it wasn't 25 years of social engineering by multiple very, very powerful organizations, not just the Ukrainian government. I guarantee Western governments were involved. There is evidence just prior to the invasion of America confirming the funding for like 3 or 4 NGOs that taught Ukrainian teenagers and college students on how to successfully
Of course,
run,
Russia also
social...
was doing exactly the same. Russia
I think the scale. I think the scale was not even the same.
Hold on. Are you honestly saying that you
Russia
think
is
the
doing
Ukrainian
all Europe?
You think the Ukrainian population today is more essentially siloed information-wise and brainwashed than the German population of 1945? Really?
Are you asking if I think they're as much as?
I mean, you were almost like saying they're more so.
Fundamental.
But
also, it's really depending on the age group, I guess. The age group.
I feel like it depends on the what part, what ethnicity of that they're in. If
Yeah,
it's
man,
mostly from Western Ukraine,
location,
mostly more pro-American.
Location is very dependent.
Right.
Yeah. I think Ukrainian in Poltava. I think a person in Poltava, right, will not see the same emotional intensity as someone in Lvov. It's not how it's.
I think it's also depending on their Soviet experience, because those that are further east, they're more, towards the Soviet era, they're poorer, they don't really care that much about the politics. They feel more happier under the Soviet rule. So I think that makes a big difference. And also that after independence, they change their history book. They teach Ukrainian heroes. Bandera is the hero of the founding father or something like that. Then so there is also the demographic difference. The younger folks are more pro-Ukrainian or more nationalistic, whereas the older you are, the more pro-Russia or pro-Soviet you are. So I think that is also the difference. And I think
and also it depends on the region. Like, wherever on that part when there was the war or it was occupied by the Russians, they became more pro-Ukrainian now after the Russian pulled out. Like, for example, the south suburbs of Kyiv, but also in the Donbass area, Kherson and Liman and stuff. But also the polls saying like 85% of the population supports the war now, or the defense war in Ukraine. So I think they have the motivation and they're willing to fight.
Clearly.
But it's also Zelensky is the key in that, I guess.
But it's been happening before Zelensky. Like, people act like the whole thing was a U.S. coup, like the change in government and everything. But clearly, if you're watching 2014, the Maidan revolution was a real thing. Like, it may be like Commander says, where it only has to be 10% of the population or 4% of the population or something. But there was clearly a lot of pro-Ukrainian, pro-Western sentiment enough to overthrow a government and start their own thing. And now clearly there's also
wouldn't happen without the CIA, man.
Money. Money is the thing.
I think the other part of that question too is that everybody says the Russians are about to collapse.
Money.
They're not.
They were pro-money. Pro-Euros.
Well, capitalism has been a better system. Western democracy and Western capitalism has been a more lucrative system for people. Like, I'm not saying whether they're right or wrong, but there are reasons.
Can you understand that Ukrainians are very racist? And I'm not saying.
Why
that,
do you say these general things? You just judge a whole bunch of people like this?
Because it is what it is.
Don't say that.
You know
you
why?
Put up
because
a statue of Bandera.
You're a
racist.
It's about the religion. First of all, it's about the religion.
I miss.
Do you know what a typical Orthodox Christian thinks about a Jewish person? Can you understand? Like, to say that the Jews are a disaster for the world is it's something very common. It's not about like the people having a bad ideology.
I think you're just saying general things. You can't support this. This is your idea.
Yes, you can. He's right.
Even if it is true, how is it relevant?
Because religion is a general thing. It's religion.
Christians also.
There was literally a story that came out a few months ago in Mariupol before it fell, that they were using Ukrainian Greeks as human shields. There literally was a story about that came out.
Yes,
so,
they did.
And they made it a point to use Ukrainian Greeks as human shields. Okay, not just pure Ukrainians, the ones who were mixed with the Greeks as shields. That should tell you everything you need to know right there.
And also, do you guys
the ethnic minorities.
All right. Would you guys actually agree with me if the capital if the Ukrainian capital was more eastern, the coup would have never happened, because the capital was basically in the middle.
There would have been an attempt for one. It would have been devastating for the country.
Ukrainian people were at, so they were easily like outnumbered the pro-Russia people, which led to the coup, right?
No,
well, the percentage of pro-Russian is small compared to the rest of the population.
No.
I mean,
During the coup,
they're motivated.
The
They're motivated,
percentage
but they are a smaller position.
No.
Even if there's
they actually
20%
aren't.
of people who
They were
support
pretty
Russia, that's
balanced.
still a significant percentage. That's 8 million people.
There's still a smaller portion of the population. Like
I understand
No,
that,
it
but
was
that's still
very
8 million
balanced
people.
until you take Crimea and the Donbass separatist areas out of it. That's what tips the balance to being firmly pro-West, is when those pro-Russian people literally leave the country and cease to elect representatives to the Rada.
But even in those areas, do you remember the early Vice reports where actually in Donetsk and Luhansk, they were actually having like fist fights and stuff inside these cities, that those populations were split. You weren't seeing those same fist fights and skirmishes in the west of the country. Only in the
but
east.
those
So
populations
even
were
those
split.
populations that are more pro-Russian, they're split. Like
70-30, 80-20, yeah. Not 50-50.
Okay, so
probably
if
not.
you-
No.
So if you're not sure, the president that got disposed in Maidan, right? He got voted 90% of the vote for his presidential election in Donbass. So he
In
got
Donbass.
90% of the.
Hey, someone's got some mad feedback going on.
Not feedback. That one is JB's keys. I muted him.
But here's an important point, right? This is not just ethnic identification. You can identify as the most Ukrainian person, maybe even consider the USSR a grand tragedy visited on everyone by the Russians, which is a bullshit way of explaining it. You could even be pro-Bandera as a hero, and you could still believe, living in Donbass, that it's a disaster to be fighting with Russia. You could still think that everyone's better off if the Donbass just goes into Russia, and if I don't like it, I'll just move to Lvov, right? You could rationally conclude that it's a bad idea to be in this confrontation. So the support for Russia taking over is not just we like Russia. This is the only peaceful way to resolve this mess. That if you have got a place that is genuinely split, let's say it is split 75-25 or 60-40 or whatever split you want, doesn't matter. What matters is that if they become intractable and can't live together under one country in some kind of Belgium or Canada-like arrangement, then you have got to draw a new border or create autonomous regions. And if you don't do that, then you have a war. And who the hell wants to be in the borderlands of that war? No one wants to be the next Yugoslavia. Certainly no one wants to be the next Afghanistan. It just isn't right. So rational people can decide to take the nearby guarantor that's likely to keep the peace better, whether they like it or not. So I think many, many people would just accept that if a new border was drawn, even if they hated it. They wouldn't start a war. They'd just move.
And that's what people generally do. Whoever's
That is what they
paying
do.
my salary, I'm going to be with them. That's it. Most of the people
But
are
the
very-
Ukrainian state is not accepting that. You have to understand that too. Like you just can't march in and take someone's country.
There's no such concept as that.
Have you read the Melian dialogue from Thucydides? If you read it, it's like a very, very realistic.
Say that again. We didn't hear the title. We didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, it's the Melian dialogue, like the dialogue between the Athenians and the Melians. It's from Thucydides. How you pronounce it in English?
Thucydides. That's about right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's a small dialogue, and explains how the superpower has the right to do everything, and the weak should just bend, and that's the pure form of realism. And in the dialogue, you will see that like millions are arguing that the Spartans will help us, and the Athenians reply that Spartans are not going to mess their relations with us because you are weak.
But most of the time,
that's
it's not
how
working
it
like this because the history shows that people are standing up against it, and they make revolutions, they take weapons, they fight in like partisan mode, whatever.
That's right.
History shows the opposition.
Well, and the Donbass did that.
What do you have where in history are you talking about? Where like, are you talking about the Taliban fighting against?
I'm talking about like Hungary, for example, 1956, 1968, Czechoslovakia.
But
I can call a lot of.
And what happened to all
these countries,
they lost.
and it's not an offense. I'm also from a small country. Are not superpowers, right? But if you take a look at superpowers, if you look at the Soviet Union continued its the imperialistic policy of the imperial Russia. They were forced.
This is what should be stopped.
But look the contrast.
It's happening for another reason.
Look the contrast. Even the Ottoman Empire, when they captured like the whole Roman territories, they had to evolve a foreign policy similar to the Byzantine one. So my point is that
what I'm saying
the flag may change the person's
imperialistic way of thinking is over. We would like to
No, it
finish
isn't.
it by that, but we
Not
would
even
like to
remotely
finish
over.
It never ends.
We are
How
on
is
a
it
change
over?
now. This is a
The
changing of the course.
United States has over 800 military bases. That is imperialism, period, full stop, end of story.
Not only
There is
that,
no other way to describe it.
we had the Pax Romana, we had the Pax Britannica, we had the Pax Americana.
If imperialism didn't have some good results, nobody would put up with it.
The cycle is completed now.
But isn't it something we should not accept and we should change as human beings? Like,
if you're going to change it,
I will
because we
agree with you,
believe in
but
ideas like personal freedom and freedom of
You really think we have
will and
Pax Americana?
Past tense. Past tense.
Sorry?
No, but I'm saying he mentioned before that we have Pax Americana. You think we do now? You think we have that now?
No, not
It's
so
over.
much.
It's over now.
It's not so much.
Yeah.
It's over. And
when
did we have it then? What would you say? What it was after the Vietnam War?
No,
45 to 65. 63.
I'll
But it's not
say
a 65.
generally the
We were
Cold
involved
War.
in two separate wars then.
63.
No, it would be more after the USSR is gone and while China is still kind of pliant and not competing geopolitically. So like 1990 to 2010. That's the period in which you could say there's a Pax Americana.
I agree with that more. Actually, I agree with that more because you didn't have any major wars that involved that didn't involve any of the proxy states.
True.
And didn't involve drawing in any near peer powers.
And the U.S. and UK get away with, right in the middle of that, they get away with invading Iraq on a pile of obvious lies. And
but they knew
if
they
you
were
can
gonna
get
win that
away
war.
with that,
Well,
you're running the world, right?
I actually wanted to get back to Carol's statement, right? You mentioned if we want to be better, I think is what you said something. Or imperialism
Something
hurts
like
people,
that,
right?
yeah.
And we should desire for something better. I don't think you will ever find a single person to disagree with you. Everyone wants to raise everyone around them up, right? Help as many people around you. But I don't see a way to talk about that ideal when trying to meld it with the real life. Every time you try to mix that utopic idea, you get the worst things you could possibly imagine, the worst atrocities you could ever imagine.
Usually, yeah.
But else, why would we? Why are we living?
Because it
to
works.
not change
It's worked
the
so
things?
far. That humans are very
No.
simple. Ultimately,
We always
want
want to improve. We always want to improve. We always want to be better, to change the course, which is not what's bad so far. Let's change it. Let's make it better.
But you can't make it better when your actual track record of the last 20 years, when NATO's track record of the last 20 years is you can make some arguments about Yugoslavia, fail to leave Afghanistan a wreck and not really rescue it, wreck Libya, wreck Syria. Like, that's NATO's track record. Absolutely nothing NATO does is good anymore, and it needs to be dissolved and cease to exist. It is
But it's a
absolutely
defensive
well
alliance.
beyond
It's only a
its
defensive
historical
alliance.
value.
It only helps if it's in attack.
Let's hear why.
So actually, right, the world
I
really
don't
wanted to
agree
change.
on
Like,
that.
so, like what Caroline said, that the world really was changing. Putin, when he got into power, that's what he wanted to do. The first thing he wanted to be friends with Europe, and he wanted to enter NATO. So that once he entered NATO, NATO cannot really fight itself. So the NATO isn't interested. Because then they will have left with no enemies. Because at the time, China isn't really a threat, and this entire war also, it was partly triggered because of NATO's insistence of not saying that Ukraine will never join NATO, and Russia used this as a possibility to actually enter the war with Ukraine. So
I think this is what
This
is Russia's telling the story, but you can also take this like Ukraine wanted to join to the EU because they feel more like closer culturally to Poland or to Europe or something. Russia was against
EU,
it, right? Yeah.
No, Russia was not against Ukraine joining EU. They were against Ukraine joining NATO, because EU is not a military alliance. NATO was the problem. So if I'm not, because I was covering this before the YouTube channel even exploded, I was writing articles on this as well. Russia actually sent letter directly to Washington as well as the EU, as well as NATO, to say that categorically reject and say that no, Ukraine will never join NATO. They only talk about NATO. They never talk about EU. So then that time, I think Biden just ignored it. Nobody take it seriously. They just say that Ukraine have the right to choose their own foreign policies, and that's when Russia marched into Donbass. Before the war started, they just
you're forgetting when they asked for nuclear missiles too.
But why wasn't it a problem for the Baltic states then, or for Finland and Sweden?
Okay, so
they're Chihuahuas.
I actually wrote
weakness.
about this. So
it was
I wrote
weakness.
about this full article. Later, I will share in the link.
Because the Baltic states are joined just like that.
Yes, they joined because Putin was just president.
If Baltic states or Finland were to abuse their Russian ethnic or speaking or Russian Orthodox minorities in the way that the Euromaidan allowed those nationalistic people to abuse in Odessa and in Euromaidan and so on, then you would see the Baltics literally disappear in 3 days from invasion from St. Petersburg, Belarus, and Kaliningrad. It would be gone. So the Baltics should never do what Ukraine did, which is break the post-1945 compact, which says your borders are meaningful and will be preserved by the world powers if and only if you do not practice extreme ethnic discrimination and potentially genocidal racism. That's the condition. You are not allowed to have a state in the world after 1945 with statues of Nazis up. You can't have it. Your state is illegitimate if there's a statue of Bandera. You don't have a state. You can be invaded by all your neighbors and carved up the same way Nazi Germany was. When those statues come down, Ukraine can make a claim to be a legitimate country abiding by the post-1945 compact. Until those statues come down, and Poland and Israel, two U.S. allies, have demanded they come down and that the celebrations of Nazis stop, then you might be able to make a case to say we can coexist with our neighbors. We will not genocidally disadvantage any citizen of our country. But the problem we have is that there are people in Ukraine who think this is okay, who think that the definition of being a Nazi is just anti-communist or something. And they throw this around, not realizing that 75 to 90% of the planet's population does view this as an overt declaration of genocidal intent towards Russian Orthodox, towards Russian ethnicity, and who does view the Russian action as denazification. And it is on the West to prove to that 75% of the world's population that that is not an accurate depiction of the situation. And it's real hard to do that when the Bandera statue's up. I'm going to ask you a question, Carolee. You said, I think a minute ago, that you kind of supported or understood the rationale for the NATO intervention in Yugoslavia. And when Yugoslavia became an untenable state as a country and was broken up into multiple states, NATO, to this day, with Kosovo, is backing the Kosovars' right to split off from Serbia. So if that was the right solution then, why is it not the right solution now for the 5 oblasts that have had these referenda, and one of whom, Crimea, has been sending representatives to the Duma, not the Rada, for the last 8 years? Why are these people not allowed to choose their own destiny? So there's a real contradiction in the case. If NATO was doing the right thing in Yugoslavia, then the right thing in Ukraine is partition also, because you have people who won't get along. Now, I think it's a mess, but a ceasefire, a Minsk-type ceasefire, was maybe the greatest agreement. But how can you claim to be a broker of peace when you have people like Merkel and Poroshenko and Holland all admitting that Minsk was an insincere agreement? These are the reasons the Russians can't really have a peace negotiation, because they don't have a partner who sticks to deals. Minsk was broken, the deals around Sevastopol were broken, and there's statues of a guy who was very proud of slaughtering Poles, Jews, and Russians in World War II up in these West Ukrainian cities. How the hell are we supposed to make a peace out of that? So I'm asking you directly, Carolee, what's wrong with the Yugoslavia solution in Ukraine? Break it up and go back to not killing each other.
So it wasn't NATO what broke Yugoslavia, right? Yugoslavia was broken before NATO went in. Almost 4 years of war was when NATO went in, because the genocide against the 35 Muslim Bosnians in Brčko, Srebrenica.
Which is less people than 48 Russians in Odessa, right?
Yeah, but I understand this one. Like, if you can have like an independent Kosovo, why you can't have an independent Donetsk Republic? That's what you're saying, right?
Pretty much, yeah. If it's the right answer in 1990, why isn't it now?
It's self-determining, not independent. They can choose what to do with themselves.
They just want to be, part of Russia, right?
Well, that's a bit complicated as to what they wanted. Crimea from 1954 until 2014 had an autonomous status inside Ukraine, which was constitutionally guaranteed. And that constitutional guarantee meant that they didn't mind being under Kiev because they were self-governing. But that was very much broken by the interim government of the Euromaidan coup. And another problem that India had created was India had taken away Kashmir's autonomy and gotten away with it, which was a rather big deal in international affairs. So these countries, when they have a complex constitution like this, it's like in Canada, you couldn't just take away Quebec's autonomy and its powers. You couldn't. You would have it. The country would break up.
At the end, there are a lot of difficult things in this. Just let me add this one moment, one sentence. For example, I'm Spain, where I am now. Spain is not supporting or not accepted Kosovo because of the Catalonian independence, right? Mm-hmm. But they are supporting Ukraine on the other side in this war. They send a lot of weapon systems already. So I think it's just way too complex, and
at least that's consistent, right? At least it's consistent that they don't support breaking away Kosovo and they don't support breaking away Crimea, right? Like that you could at least say is consistent. But I don't think you can support Kosovo breaking away from Serbia or being forced to and not support Crimea or Donbass having similar rights. So if we had even the hint of a principles here, we could go to a court, either UN or EU run, and I think we could get to peace fairly quickly. But as long as NATO countries maintain this schizophrenic, inconsistent position that Kosovo is allowed independence because it's joining us, but Crimea isn't because it's going to join the Russians. I don't see how you get to peace with that level of inconsistency.
Okay, I don't
How do we
answer
deal?
then. I give it to the guys.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I want
was,
to show something. I want to show something. Because we talk just now we talked about how the Russian population left Ukraine and then caused a totally political imbalance. I just want to show this screen for a while.
So the other fear is like if you accept it in the Donbass, in Donetsk, it can happen, like in the Baltics as well, and also in everywhere where are Russians, basically, because
so I
they
just want to
can.
share this. So you can see the colors. The darker in red is actually super pro-West. They voted for the pro-West president. Then the super purple or bluish one is actually the super pro Russia one. So the winner was Yanukovych. So as you can see, it's very 50-50. It's not really, Ukraine is very 50-50 pro-West and pro-Russia. And imagine this entire area, the super blue type area, break away. And then you have Crimea break away. It's gone. The entire country is totally unbalanced.
I think you got your map right there. That's the map.
That's basically along the Dnieper. That's basically along the river.
Well, no,
not really. No, the Dnieper
Not
kind of
exactly,
cuts
but
through the pink area.
Yeah, the Dnieper no cut through like this. But the thing is, this is why I say that the moment 2014 happened, when you remove a popular president that's so popular to the 80-90% votes that he won on Donbass, it's gone.
Yeah.
The country is gone. Every election that comes after that is no longer so-called legitimate because you no longer have the real representation of what Ukraine was, and it's always going to be pro-West, and every policy will be pro-West.
Yep.
So I just thought this is important that people
They
need
broke
to
it. Because the coup broke it. You can't fix it.
It's not just within Open Mic. It's in public as well. The conversation is all.
Yeah,
and
it's exactly like what happened in Pakistan. Yeah.
This map, right? I put up this map in my article in 15 Feb. It's before the war even started. I already put out this map. I'm saying that I was already telling people, although I do have the reach I have today, that the war is going to happen, and every election that comes after the Euromaidan is never going to be fair. It's always going to be pro-West, which means every policy is going to be like, okay, we're going to train with NATO, we're going to join NATO, we're going to join EU, we're going to have more trade with the West. It's no longer a balance between like, oh, we're going to talk to Russia as well, try to negotiate maybe to get back Crimea. There's no longer any negotiation because it's so pro-West. It's like, okay, we're going to use this as a reason that we're going to fight Russia and we're going to get back Crimea by force. And that's also how they suppress Donbass, because if your whole parliament is becoming pro-West, then why the hell do you want to be nice to these?
It's more than that.
Guys?
It's not that they just became pro-West because the people left. It's the pro-Russian people in the western parts of Ukraine moved. Not all of them, definitely not all of them, but I mean a sizable majority. I don't want to say majority. Sizable chunk of the voting population that would vote that way moved, or at least left.
People moved over that blue-pink border.
Yeah,
they moved both ways. And then that is literally like voting with your feet, right? Like they are splitting the country up probably along that exact border in that exact map.
Yeah.
And
actually, that's why.
The map as well.
Probably if they would make
the Hungary, the Hungarian population, which is also represented on the map. You can
that's
see
a really
this
interesting
area.
one there.
You see this area? This is the Hungarian population.
And we've talked about that before. We've talked about how Hungarian population's been affected. Isn't that right? Or am I mistaken? Or is that a different?
Yeah, a little
we
bit.
have talked about them. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, the majority of Greeks in Ukraine support Russia.
I'm gonna go, guys.
Take it easy.
Okay. Take care.
Bye.
Sorry, Caroline. Just now,
It also saves here. I'm gonna leave.
Yeah. I just
have a great time. I'm gonna go to school tomorrow, so I'm gonna prepare myself. So.
All right. Bye, man.
Bye, man.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
So I was saying.
So I talk. Just let me tell you one story. So I have a lot of expert friends here in Spain. So they are coming from Poland, Latvia, Lithuania. These are from this region. And from the Baltic states, they are telling to me like they are so scared about that the same will happen to them as in Ukraine, because I think in Latvia, the 40% of the population is ethnic Russian, for example. And they also, listening to Russian televisions, RT and Russian Novosti or whatever is that, they are really support the idea to go back and join back to Russia as well, or back to the USSR, they say. So I think there is a real threat in these countries that they don't want to go back to Russia, but because they have the Russian population, this is a existential problem.
I think part of the problem there too is their governments. The term Chihuahua. I mean, they're out there saying things and trying to do these little incidents to provoke Russia. So even if the people don't want to be absorbed by Russia, the governments are creating a situation where Russia might react. Because I mean, they make these big shows about tearing down monuments from World War II, about Russians that were, fighting in that area that died, and they disrespect that stuff. So, eventually are they going to start going after the Russian populations there? And it's like, even if the people don't want it to happen, it's almost like their government is just on a suicide course to do it anyways, by trying to provoke the Russians and anger Russians by doing all this disrespectful shit.
That's my worry now, actually.
Yeah, but that's the thing. The Balkans, right? I'm specifically talking about Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania.
Baltics.
They don't have. I'm sorry. Yes, I should not.
They got shit to do.
I'm about
They
to
don't have shit to
I'm about to
talk
get
shit they
massacred.
do.
No, they don't have 40 million people in a 200,000 man standing army. So I don't know. Personally, the term Chihuahua works if you look at the definition of Chihuahua. What's the point of a Chihuahua? To make noise so that the bigger people behind, the bigger dogs, can actually handle the problem.
Because my worry for Baltics is that they are provoking and saying a lot of things against Russia.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
So much. And the thing is that is purely dependent on the backing of NATO and the Western powers.
It's a political.
If one day, right, NATO collapse for whatever reason, maybe mismanagement of foreign affairs, or maybe the United States maybe Trump got into office again, and then he just suddenly say, okay, we are out of NATO, we're not going to support Ukraine. If theory that Russia is going to be more aggressive, they're going to take out the Baltic states. They're going to conquer it, and
it's a stupid gamble on the part of the governments of those countries, because it's like, I mean, like if some other president was in office, it's like you're rolling the dice, and the dude that you think's got your back is Joe Biden and General Milley. I mean, seriously, it's like, make that move when you got Trump in office. Make that move when you got Reagan in office. Make that move when you got Eisenhower or Truman. The guy that doesn't have a problem dropping a nuke. You're gonna take the risk of your entire nation with Joe Biden as your wingman. I mean, it's stupid. I don't blame those people for being scared, because if you're paying attention, you're like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? We don't have they don't have anything to stop the Russians or even slow the Russians down.
That's the problem when you are a small country. You cannot produce quality diplomats, quality politicians. That's a big problem. A huge.
Hey, Vaughn, I have a question.
Sorry, but Singapore it's a state that has some million of population, but Singapore is based on let's say excellence and very educated people, right? So it's a completely different concept itself. It's like a city-state. It's like, I don't know.
Are you saying that
let's say ancient Athens, something like that?
I don't know. Maybe they hold their people to a higher
Different.
expectation.
Sorry, Alan.
I think what you're saying is the culture fundamentally compared to the Baltics and Singapore is it's just totally different. You can't really compare it.
I would disagree with that, because
really,
like Estonia is very advanced. Singapore have very good relationship with Estonia.
It is advanced because they took the concept of capitalism and they followed it very strictly, so they are successful. But in terms,
hey guys,
in overall terms,
I have a theoretical question. What do you think? Like Trump was saying, like when I think after he lost the elections, like if he would be the president, this war wouldn't happen. What do you think? What Trump would do, or if Trump would be the president, what would he do?
I answer?
He would support.
He would honor the Minsk II agreement.
He'd make a deal.
He'd
No.
honor the Minsk II agreement.
Not just that, he will put a red line, but the red line will not be essentially in the Dnieper. He will make like let's say all-inclusive package to solve the problem with the problems and the things with Russia. This is
my
what I
thought is
think.
much more simpler, man. My thought is much more simpler because Trump is actually a deal maker. He likes to make deals.
Yeah.
So he would and he's willing to say anything to make sure that he get the deal, and he's willing to do things as long as it doesn't cost American lives. So, or for example, if Putin say that okay, we want US to say that Ukraine will never be part of NATO, Trump will just say that, and then suddenly Russia have run out of his reasons to invade.
Yeah.
And he can just make things up, to like okay, we'll now negotiate about Donbass. We have to force Ukraine into the negotiating table, maybe Minsk 3 or whatever, and drag it on until the next administration's problem.
But my problem is that don't you think that he would lose the Republican support?
Hold on, but
Because
that tactic still prevents a war. Keep that in mind. It may be underhanded, but it still prevents a conflict that's going on right now. It's still
I mean, the thing is Trump is good at bluffing. He's got the bluster down, and he'll force a deal. I mean, he's gonna force a deal no matter what. And like you said, he'll do whatever he's got to do to get the deal. I mean, one good example of him is like there was a rocket attack against a base in I think Iraq, and everybody was like, "Oh, we're gonna retaliate. We're gonna retaliate." Demanding Trump retaliate. And he said, "I'm not going to retaliate because I'm not going to kill some Iranian janitor in the middle of the night with a cruise missile, and do something that basically will have no effect on the situation. Like he's not going to hit it during business hours and kill all the spies there. So and everyone's like, and plus no Americans were killed or injured in the attack. So he's like, there's no reason for me to retaliate because nobody died. It's just equipment, and I'm not going to kill some, blue collar Iranian guy who's just trying to earn a living."
So, for example,
you can look at it like that. He will make a deal no matter what to make sure it happens. He doesn't care what the neocons think.
Trump managed to make the Abraham Accords. I think to make peace with Russia will have been something much more easier, right?
Look what he did with North Korea. I mean, if he could have pulled that shit off, the dude's God in diplomatic eyes for all the time. The Abraham Accords was a big deal, but I mean, if he could have pulled something off with North Korea, if he was able to prevent some kind of war between Russia and Ukraine and NATO, I mean, maybe he would actually get a Nobel Peace Prize and it would be a legit nomination, but he never got the chance, and here we are.
So a good example of what Trump's style is, of how I would say that he will solve the Ukrainian, to make sure the Ukrainian war don't happen. A good example is how he assassinated Soleimani. He's a probable future president for Iran. He take him out, but then he immediately threatened Iran because Iran said that we're going to retaliate. And he basically threatens that if you dare to retaliate and kill a single US soldier, I'm going to wipe out all your cultural sites, all your UNESCO cultural sites. He's not going to say, "Oh, I'm going to kill off your army. I'm going to sink your ship." He's just going to take out things that is important to the Iranians, and yet minimize the number of casualties. And the Iranians don't dare to bite. Basically, the Iranians fire a lot of Scud missiles and everything at the US base, but they actually inform the Americans before they fire. And the Americans actually managed to evacuate, although they still got some shell shock, but no one died. And that is the brilliance about how Trump managed this kind of situation where he still appears strong and get his deal and prevents a conflict, yet he managed to kill someone so important to Iran. And I think similar things will appear for Ukraine and Russia situation where he'll make a deal where the Russians will find it very hard to just reject and
Isn't that kind of weird though? how you threaten to destroy sites, not people, right? And then Iran says they're going to attack before they attack. Isn't that how weird how warfare works now in the modern age? Like we're informing our enemy, we're going to attack you. Don't attack us back. Because I believe wasn't
So
that
many things changed.
they attacked the base and they said, "Don't attack us back. Do not attack us back, or it's going to escalate." And they didn't. I remember when that happened back in 2020. They informed the U.S., "Do not attack us back, or it's going to continue," and then we didn't.
Do you guys think he'll be elected again?
Who knows? I
think
mean, our elections are so fucked
That's what
up.
I mean.
Who knows?
No, I think someone close to him,
can't
or at
go.
least someone who appears to be like him, will get elected.
Who's that
if not
guy?
him.
Assange, whatever his name is.
DeSantis,
Yeah.
Yeah,
him.
DeSantis. Yeah.
There's probably going to be a good runner.
DeSantis will be the
the
final
secretary under
nominee,
Trump.
I
I'll put
think.
it to you,
We're going to run
DeSantis has
Zelensky.
a better chance of taking out Trump than anyone else.
He'll be open for a job.
I'll put it to you that way. That's really what it is. DeSantis has a better chance of stopping Trump from being president than anyone else in the Democratic Party does.
Don't
That's
they have
true.
beef though or something? Like, have they
Not,
had beef or something?
not enough to probably throw an election.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
no
it's
one-
just one of those things. It's like
Yeah.
it really
Working
comes
on
down to
it.
like you got to win this district here in this state, win that district here. You know, it really does come down to like literally like maybe a dozen, 2 dozen individual voting districts, and then you win.
Because the truth of the matter is this, okay? If Trump gets the nomination from the Republican Party, even if Biden runs again, there's not another candidate that has the backing or the political power to stop Trump, given what's happened over the course of the past few years. Go ahead.
I believe that Trump is such a guy that if he will not be nominated, he will create his own party in order to, threat the Republicans.
Third parties don't really work out good in the United States.
Yeah, but you know what?
I think
if Trump was to run third party, though, he
Trump
would
is
probably be
over.
as successful, if not more successful, than Ross Perot.
Yeah, oh yeah, I would say he would do really good, but I think the Democrats would end up splitting it enough to get it.
I understand
Shirley,
that, but I'm saying
why-
that he would be as successful as Ross Perot, and Ross Perot was a legitimate threat to both parties.
Yeah.
So he would do the same exact thing.
Carolee, why is Trump over?
I think the Republicans already noticed, like, if they want to go with Trump furthermore, that's the end of the Republican Party. And I think DeSantis is much more popular now. He's even more hardliner than Trump, I guess, and he's younger. Trump, don't forget, like, Trump is close to 80 now. I think he's
70.
It's just not 77, more than 70.
His 71st birthday was last year. I think he's 72.
He's 76 now. Trump.
76?
76?
Shoot.
Wow.
Anyway, I think the Republican, and he controls the Republican Party so like, like this micromanaging, or everything is in one hand. Like, I think a lot of Republicans really doesn't like that he runs the show completely.
I think the problem with Trump is that he might get the majority, but the voters that will not vote for him will not tolerate him. So that's the problem. The opposition should tolerate you in a democracy. If they are not tolerating you, House will occur. That's
but I mean that's going to be a two-way street here. I mean, you don't tolerate me, then I don't tolerate you, and then it's just a big standoff. I mean,
I'm not saying that it's just words. I'm saying for people that are, fanatics with human rights, etc. And it's not that Trump is against human rights, but he has this bad reputation that creates problems in terms of political pluralism.
Bro, that's bullshit. You know why that's bullshit?
No.
No one
he did fine the first time, and he's the same dude he was then.
Hated Trump before 2016. No one hated him. In American culture, no one hated him. He was revered, and he was looked up to as an example of what the American dream was. No
they
one
loved him.
about him.
I'm
No
not
one in
against
media,
him.
no one in music, no one in movies, no one in television. No one did that. And the fact that people are saying that he's somehow bigoted and is bad for the American culture, that's complete horseshit. Okay? He lowered taxes,
sorry.
we had lower inflation.
You got me wrong.
Lower gas prices, we had lower taxes.
I'm not saying my opinion.
Hold on. He donated more money to HBCUs than any other president did in the past 100 years. And people seem to keep on thinking that Joe Biden right now
he
actually funded. He's not. So all the hate for Donald Trump is media generated. It's simply that. That's all it is.
Sorry, I'm not saying that it's my opinion. I'm saying that that's the opinion of some people. Do you understand what I'm saying?
But the most ultimate thing about
I'm
Trump,
not expressing my opinion.
You're playing devil's advocate.
Trump has very good attributes.
So
by the way, did you see what happened in Brazil today?
Brazil.
Brazil?
But feelings
Brazil,
about Trump.
Did you see that? In Brazil, a huge crowd is actually attacked the Senate or Congress. I don't know how they call, and they got into the building and they copying exactly the same what happened in January 16th.
Man, yeah, I was about to say that sounds familiar, huh?
It happened this afternoon.
It's an insurrection.
No, with Brazil, it's a justified democratic revolution. If it's in
I heard that they might have taken control, like the Supreme Court, and then some other.
Sorry, I got my audio finally set up.
And then I
have
heard
a different
that they deployed the army, or they ordered the army to deploy in Brazil. So, and then I heard somebody got evacuated. But it was like a defense minister or something like that, and I think they said that what's the new president is at an undisclosed location. So who knows what's going on over there?
Yeah, that will be.
Drew, what did you have to say?
Yeah, I have a different take on Carolee's original question of what would happen if Trump was still president. This war would not have happened because they would have basically frozen this war. See, this war was meant to happen when Hillary took over, not in 2022, but in 2014. After 2014, when Hillary took over, she was supposed to then change it into a serious hot war. But they did. Because Trump won, they couldn't do that. That's why Afghanistan was stretched out for so long. If Trump had won again, the status quo would have stayed. Afghanistan, they would have stayed in Afghanistan, so the MIC can continue to sell weapons and whatnot, and they would have waited for a Democrat to take over, so they could start the hot war in Ukraine. The hot war in Ukraine was inevitable because eventually you're going to get a Democrat, but because they've already set up the whole structure there to start this thing, right? They started a coup and they kept egging Russia on and whatnot. Yeah. So we would just have had this same thing, but 4 years from now.
Yeah. So that's my point, you see. Trump will just push it down the road.
Yeah, Trump will just push it down the road because they can't control him.
Does that?
I mean, even
if it was to happen in
made
2016, would the Newland? I guess like there was that famous like audio recording that came out. Maybe it was fake. I don't know. But from what I've heard, it's real. Would that be like in reference to that? Like they were probably planning it within the next 2 to 4 years, not in the next 8 to 12. Is that what you're trying to say, Drew? From 2014?
Oh, I froze.
Because if you think about it, Russia would have been a lot weaker militarily.
They could have not survived it back then.
Exactly.
It would have been easier for Ukraine to push where they wanted to and get what they want.
Well, then again, Ukraine was also very weak back then. So basically, Trump gave both sides time to ramp up. Yeah. So we could have had a much smaller military confrontation had Trump not won. I mean, Russia could have just been rolled over. or Russia could have just rolled over Ukraine. We will never know because both sides had time to ramp up.
Yes, there's no guarantee the new president of the Ukrainian, after they overthrew the last president in 2014, will be able to do the same thing what Zelensky do. Because what Zelensky did is actually amazing. If let's say you ignore about the human suffering, Zelensky is actually doing a tremendous job. Like as a president, it's amazing. How he managed to be so resourceful to continue to to force all the other Western countries to give them weapons and money and stuff, despite knowing that this is probably going to be a hard win. But he managed to do it, and it's amazing.
Could it be argued that he's an actor
it's not
and he's
Zelensky.
being told what to do?
I feel like
or no?
You have to understand what Zelensky actually is. You see, in after the coup, they had their own puppet there. So that puppet is going to do whatever the West tells them to do. He would have gotten the weapons, he would have gotten the spot anyway, because that's their puppet. So in 2019, Kolomoisky basically got Zelensky to run for the presidency, right? Kolomoisky is the billionaire that discovered Zelensky, gave him a show and whatnot. So in 2019, he challenged, and Zelensky won by a landslide, right? So Kolomoisky was supposed to now be the puppet master. But what happened in 2019? The FBI started a case in 2019. So the timing is just too perfect. In 2019, just before Zelensky won, the FBI started a case against Kolomoisky. By the same time next year, Zelensky had already, Kolomoisky had been removed from the equation. So who was the puppet master now? Say the US basically had taken over, right? So
really,
Zelensky is just an actor. He is given the role of being a heroic leader. He's just a comedian actor. None of these things, he doesn't have sovereignty. None of the things that happened is done by him. He receives a script and he just reads it out in a, he's playing a role. So before that, he was playing a role of whatever Kolomoisky wanted him to do, and now
that's the
US has taken
theory, though.
What?
So this is the great of the conspiracy theories, where you have a core
Not
of
really,
truth.
because if you read online, you can see the timings of the
But you
of when
exaggerate
FBI
it.
started a case against Kolomoisky. Kolomoisky even lost his Ukrainian citizenship because of this. So
I
they
was just gonna
removed
say-
him totally.
Oh, I was just going to
It's
say,
interesting, maybe. I don't
even
know
if
this
Trump,
guy.
even if Trump had made a deal, the next administration could always undo the deal. So even if it would have been a Republican
Depends.
after him, if they did, like if Trump had a deal with Russia and
Depends.
Ukraine, Lindsey Graham got elected, he'd probably undo it.
Well, it
That's what I
depends.
wanted to
Because
ask.
Russia is asking for a written agreement, not a verbal agreement, because the verbal agreements.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying.
So,
Whatever agreement
yeah.
one president does can be undone by the next administration, and
That's
it wouldn't
true.
really matter.
Well, honestly,
no,
I'm shocked by
no,
the
if
fact
you
that
have
people
signed
who
a
have
contract.
control of global.
Yeah,
people who have
but
global
I mean, our
control-
government doesn't care. We do
Minx
what we
won
want.
and Minx
so, I
two
mean,
was
I'm saying,
signed.
how shocking is it the fact that you have people who are in control of countries who determine the fate of millions of people are basing it off of handshake agreements? Everything done between countries should all be on paper. There should be nothing that's verbal. There should be nothing that's up in the air.
Want
It should
Minx
all be
2
concrete.
signed
Well,
or something.
Russia had a drunk man on power. That's why.
That's why they can make all
that
the
was
deals,
the
right?
problem, huh? Right?
That's why they can make all the
Uh,
verbal deals, right?
Say it again.
Because of Yeltsin.
Wasn't it?
No, say that again.
Wasn't it? Wasn't it? What do you think about Yeltsin?
I'll let you say it again. Say what you said again.
I'm saying that Russia had a drunk man in power.
Oh well, okay. Well,
So,
I mean-
what are you expecting from this person? What do you think about Yeltsin? Like, that's a question for all
You
of
mean
you.
Yeltsin?
What do you
Boris
think?
Yeltsin?
With we have the footage of Americans making fun of him.
yeah, I understand that, but that
Everybody,
that
yeah.
still doesn't
If
disregard.
you-
Throw your
you
head
think-
back.
if-
Throw your head back in laughter. That's what you do with Yeltsin.
It should still be done in paper, on paper, though.
But
Yeah.
Like, I think
think
that we
Jay,
should have handshake agreements and hope that these countries decide to say, "Oh yeah, there's nothing on paper. There's no checks and balances. Oh sure, we're going to stay with that agreement," and hope that nothing happens like it happened now. That's asinine. What I was thinking on, like, so
companies don't do that.
Don't you think that the U.S. has the same interest? Doesn't matter what government is on. The U.S. interest is always to have a weak Russia or a weak, other counterpower. So I assume like Trump would also support Ukraine in this war.
Yes, he do. He in fact he actually transferred a lot of he sell a lot of weapons to Ukraine, if I'm not wrong.
And also he offered them a lot.
It was like $5 million
right?
weapons. So it was a drop in the bucket. I know what you're talking about. It was like
he gave them a lot of javelins as defensive weapons as a deterrent.
How the U.S. will deal with China? U.S. needs Russia.
Long term,
I can tell you right now.
But
if Trump
you don't need to go that far ahead. How is the U.S.?
This would be night and day. It would be night and day. Trump would be willing to go to war with China tomorrow if he was president.
Yeah.
He'd be ready to do it tomorrow. If what happened in Taiwan and they started mobilizing their navy in Taiwan, World War III would be in the Chinese Straits, and Trump would initiate it, guaranteed.
Yeah, because Trump's policy, right, foreign policy was to focus on China.
I don't know
Russia.
about
That's
Trump.
his whole thing.
I don't know.
Yeah,
China.
It's a bit unexpected. Like, you cannot.
Because he didn't see Russia as a threat.
I like to do this, right? I don't.
I know the best
Russia as a threat economically. He knew that China was a threat economically, and he knew the fact that they were an economic powerhouse would mean it would be able to segue into being a true military powerhouse. Trump understood that, and he wanted to nip it in the bud while he could. I don't think he could have actually done it, but that's what the whole goal he was trying to do was.
Do you know what's the root of the root cause? The root cause is that the WTO was constructed like how to put it, like the regulations of the WTO is like that they were written by the Communist Party of China, and the terms are very favorable for China. And
that's
interesting. I wouldn't say the terms are favorable to China. I would say if you look at the global economy, the terms are favorable to the elites. That's probably more common. I mean, Chinese elites are going to take care of Chinese elites. European elites are going to take care of European elites, America. So, and then they're all going to go to that elite club and make sure they're all taken care of.
Always existed. Elites always existed.
I mean, it's a civilization, but I think
invention. It always existed. It was the upper class, like the society.
Yeah,
like
but I mean,
whether we like it or not.
They have the ability to do a lot more harm now than they did when it was like King Solomon or something. I mean, back then it was probably more local and regional. Now they can just devastate people around the world in an instant with a phone call, with a handshake.
I agree with you on elites.
They've always been around, but I think the damage they can do is way more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you have to differentiate on the different kind of elites. So different kinds of elites in different parts of the world rule each region. For example, if you take the very simplest case, would be North Korea. The elite there is a dictator. It's Kim Jong-un. So he will get the benefit of everything first, and then everybody else is secondary. So there's no way to remove him, right? That's basically the characteristic of dictatorship. All the benefits go to the dictator. This power is held by the dictator, and there's no way structurally to remove him short of revolution. So all the power rests in Kim Jong-un. But if you move to a country like China, it's different. Even in the constitution of China, it says the CPC is China is ruled by the dictatorship of CPC. So the dictator in China is the CPC. But what is the CPC? The CPC is actually a party that represents the people, that says that the people hold the dictatorship. So the country is dictated by the will of the people, i.e. a democracy. You see, what is democracy? Democracy is where the people hold the power. There's no way to remove the CPC. All the benefits of the decisions will go to the people who run the CPC and to the people who are held kind of in the sphere of the CPC, which is basically all the people. So you see cases in China where all the billionaires are being shitted on by the CPC whenever they do something that in the long run will harm people. So even though these billionaires are powerful, they are not the ones that run China. China is run by the people. The people. So that's why you see high-speed rail in China. That's why you see the streets are so
yeah, but
that's why there's
China,
street crime.
that's not the rest of
I
the
think
world.
saying that the power is not the accurate description. It's just like you're saying that the people is running the United States because X number of people
for United
for
States.
this party.
But you see, for United States, the political parties can change. So it's not a dictatorship. In United States, the dictatorship is which entity in the United States cannot be removed, and all the benefits priority go to them, and they have
the
all the power.
dictator is usually the constitution in most of the countries.
The dictator is
it's
not
the constitution
the dictator in
that
the
you
United
cannot
States
change.
Is the corporate class. They pay off through lobbying the politicians. So your politicians don't matter. However you vote, it's called the uniparty for a reason, right? So the dictator in the US, where you cannot remove them short of a revolution, is the corporate class, right? And in Europe, what is the dictator? Sorry, Vaughn,
it's the commission. It's the commission that you cannot even elect them.
In Europe, it's a little bit more different because there are a lot more political differences, different political structures there. But the best way I can describe it is in Europe, it's more a dictatorship of the political class, not the commercial class like in the US. It's a dictatorship
I think in the U.S. it's more of the bureaucratic class because you have the people in the government, the bureaucrats, the middle managers that are always there regardless of the party. And if you look at it, a lot of them actually make the policy and enforce the policy. I mean, because you look at guys like Colonel Vidman, that guy's a nobody piece of shit analyst, but he's coming out and talking down to his boss. It's like because he's a bureaucrat, Trump's there, Trump's gone, Vidman's always going to be there. And I think that's where our dictatorship is, that class of the managerial part of a government.
Yes, Drew, I
only
can accept
partially
your
agree.
argument about what kind of class of people are the dictators. The problem is I don't agree that the Communist Party is the people. The Communist Party is the party. It's just that they only have one party.
But it's supposed to be the people.
It's for example, let's say for Mexico.
Yeah, but
so if you talk about Mexico, the mafia is
people,
actually controlling the country. So, but the mafia is not the people. The CCP is not the people. The corporate elites in USA is not the people.
Why? Exactly.
The people cannot really just pull down the CCP.
But which one is the closest?
What country is the mafia control? What country is the mafia controlling the government?
Mexico.
Mexico.
Cartels.
Oh, okay. That's okay. All right.
Yeah. So to answer Vaughn's question, or rather answer Vaughn's statement. Yes, the basically the deep state is what you're referring to, right? The guys that are there and they never get moved out. Yes, they are there, and they will be there short of revolution. And yes, but they don't get all the benefits and they don't have all the power. You see, they are also paid off by the corporates. So the power eventually rests in the corporate class, and the corporate class will always have the benefits. To me, that's the scariest thing because of the way the US is structured. Because in North Korea, it's a human guy. It's a dictator that runs the show. Sure, he will want all the benefits, but he's a human guy. He thinks and he thinks like a human being. In China, it's a group of guys that are career politicians that run the show. Yes. In Europe, it's a political class, still humans. But in the US, it's no longer a human running the show. There is no one guy, like no CEO that sits on a board of directors that runs the show. They are all chasing
there are
one
institutions.
thing.
There are different institutions with different.
Different companies, and they're all chasing one thing. They're all chasing profits.
I think you're
there's no guy running the show anymore. It's run by this corporation mindset.
Industrial complex.
Yeah, well, you're just trying to maximize profit.
Amazon.
If you can maximize
I don't
profit,
see a huge difference,
but
to be honest.
But these people these people do not have always the same interests, because you have the people in finance, you have the people in the military industrial complex, you have the people that are energy traders, and that's the institutions
you're exactly
of the
right.
US.
The people
and that's the
do not have the interest. But the companies
these categories.
You see, the people don't have similar interests. The people working in the MIC. So I mean, one of us could be a guy that works in a MIC. It will be perfectly fine. It's legitimate. We go to a job, we do the job, and day to day, we do the regular work. Maybe I'm an accountant sitting in an MIC somewhere, right? Could be. I mean, am I evil? No, but I work to push this forward based on the scope of my job. So I'm an accountant. I do the books. I do the closing every year and whatnot. So another guy could be a sales manager for an MIC. All these people work together and they all have different interests, right? But at the end of the day, they're all serving the one interest, which is the profit motive of the company. And the companies have so much power in the US that the profit motive runs everything. You can, screw the humans. They can all die of a curable disease as long as the company makes money. They can go die in a war. The humans can go die in a war as long as the companies can sell more weapons. The humans can drink crap water and drink poisonous water. Doesn't matter as long as the companies don't have to pay for the cost of fixing your infrastructure. It's all about profit.
No. I think you are just beautifying it for the Communist Party. The Communist
What's
Party.
What's the Communist Party? Remove the Communist Party. Remove the Communist Party.
Everyone operates purely based on profit. Everyone is the same. The Communist Party.
Why would you build a high-speed rail that costs money, more money to run than the profit it takes in?
No, it's not your money. It's just like we're supporting a football club. I want my football club to sign Cristiano Ronaldo.
Drew,
I don't give a damn about
you
how much
mean
money
soccer.
It doesn't
You mean
matter.
soccer.
I think
you mean
I
No,
think
it's
that
football,
the progress that China has, it's not about the people. It's about
I think it's
to show
cosmetic.
prestige.
It's
to show the
cosmetic.
prestige to the- to show
Forget
them-
China.
to show them to
We
the
are
world,
talking
to get
about the structure of the
prestige
US.
and to feed the Chinese people with this prestige. But that's absolutely fine. Like we
Forget
want to be
China. We are
proud
talking
of our
about the structure
countries,
of the
right?
US.
I don't think we can, because you initially started this with China and then you compared it
No, I
to
started
the
with
US.
North Korea.
You started with China, then you moved to You started with North Korea, then you moved to China, then you just started talking about how
Europe,
they're
and then
implementing.
US.
Everything.
And then Wyatt commented on what you said about China.
Every competition for power or in the hierarchy or the ladder, right? It's always about power. And what is power? Power is money and influence.
Yes. No.
Everyone.
Yes.
competes
Power.
for
Yes. Money. No. You see, there's a difference there.
100%. 100% is always money, because money is power. No money is no power.
No.
What do you
money
think
is
the
not
Communist
power.
Party is
Money is
taking
the
out?
democratization of power. There's a difference there. Power is power.
No, there's
Political
no
power doesn't need
democratization
money.
if you are a dictatorship. For
You
example,
see,
you
the-
just
the-
say that the Chinese, let's say for example, the Chinese politicians, they can at any time take out any billionaire. That's
Yes.
money.
No, that's
So the
power.
money is not democratization, because the
Wyatt,
dictatorship
The
already.
billionaire
I think I
has
actually
much more money.
Drew,
The billionaire
Wyatt,
has
I
much
think
more
I actually
money.
kind of understand what Drew's trying to get at. Money has influence. Is that what you're trying to say, Drew? But
Yes,
but power.
exactly.
Look,
Power
I could
is power.
if I have a bunch of guys with a bunch of guns and a bunch of body armor and a bunch of angry dudes who want to make other people around me who don't have that do what I want them to do. That's power, right? It's more than money.
Yes.
It's material. It's
It doesn't matter how
ambition.
much money you have. If I can get a bunch of guys to arrest you and put you in jail, you don't have the power.
Correct.
Money
so that's why it's not
is the-
democratization of power.
No,
It's not.
yes, money is the
There's no
democratization of power because you
No,
get
that-
to vote
you
with
just-
your
you just
money.
said that money have
Who
no
gets
power.
richer? Sorry?
No, we just say
Let's-
money have no power, because first you say money is a democratization of power, and then but you say power can take away money, because as long as I have weapons, I can take away your money. Then
Okay,
the money
when I
has no
say
power.
the sun is not, when I say the sun is not black, it doesn't mean I mean the sun is white. Okay, you cannot just say I say this, therefore the opposite
I
is true.
literally
No, that's
say that.
not.
No. money does not necessarily mean power.
So let me explain. Okay, money is the democratization of power. So what is money?
I'm a little bit lost. Maybe we could move to another subject.
No. Let me explain this because Alan gets it. Money is the democratization of power in the sense that if you have money, you can influence people to do what you want them to do. So if you put a lot of money into for example getting medical services, people will see that, and people start training to be doctors. They will move, trying to improve the technology in the area because they want to sell you stuff, right? So you get to vote who gets richer with your money, because when you spend the money, that guy gets richer, right? So it democratizes power. It lets people try to lets you influence the way the world is run.
But that's ideally because people will manipulate that system.
But there's a limit to this power because political power trumps financial power. There's a limit. It doesn't mean money has no power. Money has a lot of power. That's why we all want to get rich. But money has a limit. Money is only influencing power. Power is power. If you have power, regardless of how much money you have, power always trumps money.
Okay.
So when I say,
why do you want power? Why do you want power? Because you want to have control over money and influence.
No.
So
no. You want
so
power because you want to control what people do.
Inherently,
money is just a mechanism to get.
It's a tool. Money is a tool.
It's a tool. Exactly. Money is a tool. Money is not power. Power is power, and you get power for the sake of holding power, so you don't get squished by the other guy that has more power, and you can control what other humans do. That's what power is for. That's what money is for, but money doesn't get you all the way. Money is a good tool to get power. That's it. You shouldn't confuse that, power is to get money. No. Power, you can use power to get money. Yes. Why do people do that? Because when you have money, you have another additional tool on top of your political power to get more power. But it's not necessary that you Kim Jong-un
basically saying money gives you more options.
He runs the country.
Let's have an example of a thought that I always had. So the Greek merchant fleet can carry 30% of the global trade, and I think it can make around 20 billion euros profit per year, which is relatively small if you compare it to Blizzard, Blizzard Activision. It has the World of Warcraft, etc. But the importance of being able to transfer 30% of the trade strategically has a great power, great influence. But in terms of money, it's not that something great. You can compare it with a company that is producing video games.
And also now in Russia,
that reflects the difference between power and money that Drew is trying to put in the table.
Putting it that way is easier to understand.
In crisis, I think you can see also in Russia, like in crisis situations, money is not everything. Like they just, these oligarchs are starting or learning to fly now. I think it's also because the money has to serve the country. They should give back the money, to buy equipment and stuff like that. So I think the money is the state is just borrowed the money to these persons who are handling it until the state doesn't want to come back. And at the end is the political power decides what's going on in the country.
Exactly. Well, to bring this
I mean, who owns? But they say it's who owns not forces
he who controls the spice rules the universe.
Who controls basically the military and the police and all the armed forces.
However, if you go again in the conversation about power, the oligarchs were oligarchs only if they were in Russia. Out of Russia, they are not oligarchs. They are just rich people. They lost the status of being an oligarch.
They lost the power,
What
right?
the-
Is that it? They lost the power?
Yes, they have the same amount of money. They can have the same pleasures, luxury, everything, but they don't have the same money, because if we make some reflections, the oligarchs are nothing more than a modern term for warrior. Warrior.
Well, I will take it to a different level. Who are the oligarchs of the world? Who are the rich countries of the world? US, Europe, and whatnot, right? The West, basically. They have more money than a lot of the other countries, right? So think about this. Whenever we have a discussion with people, they always, about Ukraine and whatnot, they always say the US and Europe will definitely win because their GDP is far more, than Russia. Their GDP is far more than China.
You can explain them in few sentences. You ask, what's the salary of a teacher in a third world country per month? Okay, you can say $100. What's the salary of a teacher in the US? Don't know, 4,000, something like that, perhaps.
It's closer to 40K.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I said per month, but it doesn't mean that it takes the GDP, the gross domestic product, means that it's 40 times richer. That's out of sense because they are both teachers, right? So that's GDP is a misconception. It's not the correct metric to understand.
Even if you
power.
have a metric that perfectly measures how rich each country is, being rich, i.e. the West, still doesn't give them the power, in this case, to win this war, because Russia has all the stuff that needs to run the war.
It's about the terrain. It's about the natural resources. It's about being self-sufficient.
No, George, that was very good. It's about resources. It's about what can be done by the people, not how much money you can throw at the problem.
And so the thing is, why I say is money is because money is a representative of value, and the whole point of getting power is to get values. All these resources, have control over these resources, which is why the mafia want to control these things. Why you want to have guns? You can control resources, and what is resources is money. Just that money is not what I'm talking about. Like talking about US dollar. It's a value of things. This is why, even though the GDP might be different, you have the resources. The Russia can win a war because they have all the resources. All these are money. All these are
they have nuclear.
Again, you're not looking at the end goal.
If we go,
you're looking at
only to the theoretical. Sorry, but it's important. If we go to the theory, what we have the continental powers and we have the sea powers. What's the problem with the sea powers? Usually, sea powers do not have the resources, so they have to be aggressive because the colonies, their trade partners, should be their partners forever, because the power of the sea power is relied upon these colonies, and that's why we have these aggressive policies from the US, from Great Britain, like in the past, because their survival is based on that. But continental powers take a more defensive approach, and we can see this reflection when we had the ancient Greek city-states and especially Athens. But when the country evolved, like let's say the nation evolved and it became the Eastern Roman Empire that had the essential territories to produce everything and to become a continental power, they took a defensive approach. Like Byzantine Empire stopped to try to create colonies, things like that. They were forced. They were in need to make the essential alliances they focus more on diplomacy in order to survive. Well, let's say not to survive, but to have less wars and etc.
No, to survive, definitely to survive.
So that's also the case with Russia. Russia doesn't need to get.
I think one of the things with the West too is, yeah, we have a lot of money and we have a lot of resources, and we're making assumptions based on potential when we have no intention of accessing that potential. I mean, like U.S. we talk about the West going into a commodities war with the East. Well, if we're going to go into a commodities war, then why aren't we accessing our commodities, dumping them on the market, and destroying the world markets to our advantage? I mean, we could dump all the natural gas in the world we want. We could dump tons of oil. You want steel, uranium, wood. I mean, we could fuck everybody over in a commodity war, but because, I mean, there's unlimited potential there, but we're never going to access that. So it's the same thing with the West has unlimited money. Yeah, we have unlimited money, but we're never gonna access. It's like we're writing checks on potential that we have no intention of ever actually utilizing.
But if you want to do this, you have to work. To make an actual work, not to work in Twitter and stay on looking in a screen and take a big salary. We are talking about a real job, right? And that's what we in the West do not want to do. We have good lives, and we don't want the pain of an actual work.
Hey, just to answer,
you know what I mean, right?
Hey, just to answer. Sorry, go ahead, Wyatt. Go ahead.
So now that we have a lot more Americans now, then we can like really answer this question just now. This is the first super chat actually when Vaughn was around. Yeah. So what do you think about the Mexican situation? What is Mexico trying to pull off?
I think what they're trying to do personally is they're trying to like mitigate the heat between the U.S. and Mexico, especially since the fact that in terms of the UN, Mexico has actually been very resistant against U.S. policies, and the way that the U.S. has operated with the war between Russia and Ukraine. That's just a good gesture, show like basically a token.
I think you could say. Like when Ukraine put on those show offensives to get more support.
Yeah, that's really all.
This is exactly Mexico.
That if Mexico ends up, well, here's what I think. I think what's going to ultimately end up happening is that the reason why they're doing that is because while Mexico on the macro scale doesn't agree with the way that the U.S. is operating, on the micro scale, I think Mexico understands that they don't have the military power to stand up against the cartels, and eventually they're going to need military intervention from the United States. I don't just mean DEA. I mean they may actually need real military intervention to get that situation under control.
Yeah, I mean we were talking about it earlier. The U.S. I mean the cartels don't want to bring the heat by a full scale war on the border, or like going across the border and killing a bunch of border patrol guys. So
they would never do that.
Yeah, they're not going to do that because if they did, you'd have 777s on the border, HIMARS on the border. There wouldn't be any cartel activity within that umbrella along the border. Plus, you'd have drones up, balloons up, aircraft up, guys on the ground, a wall, armored vehicles with thermal sights. I mean, they want to smuggle drugs. They don't want to fight the United States Army or the military. So they're going to do whatever they can do to get around that and try not to exasperate the situation, and basically, like they always do, they're just going to find ways to sneak through the system until unless somebody's willing to do that with the military, they're always going to get in, and they're just going to play that game. In Mexico, there's like you're saying, they don't really have the power to fight the cartels because the cartels just have, they may not have as much money as the Mexican government, but they don't have any limits on what they can go out and spend it on or buy. They don't have to go ask somebody for permission or not piss off a friend so they don't get money or get cut off. It's like, hey, dude, go build us some subs to smuggle drugs. Okay, hey, go buy this, go get that. I mean, I was talking about it earlier with the Chinese, and I think it's the Romanians or the Bulgarians having pot grow operations in California. That's Eastern European. How long is it going to be before the cartels can access Ukrainian surplus weapons, NATO surplus weapons.
Oh, they already have them. There's
Yeah,
already
it's
footage
like,
of it already happening.
Yeah, I mean, they're once they get a javelin, they can smoke at a Mexican army MRAP easy. Or they already got RPGs. The javelin would just make it more horrific. Just like a slap in the face. But they might not escalate to that because they don't want to bring the U.S. military in on it either. I mean, we're probably happy to do little bullshit raids and stuff.
I mean, is it not safe to assume that the U.S. has ties to the cartels, though? I mean,
I'm sure the CIA has people there.
Operation Fast and the Furious they did.
Yeah,
Operation Fast and Furious. I know about that. The ATF and all the arms smuggling. I know
Exactly.
About
We know that they do. We gave them weapons.
Yeah.
But if you think about it, the U.S. that has a strong tradition that constitution matters, like unlike other countries that constitution in fact doesn't matter. If you have a population that it's tied up, it's strong, and they realize the proper, not proper, what would say, like the real problems that US has, then the companies might face problems. They will face pressure. So I think that drugs are means to keep the population in check. It creates
of course it is.
a
They
social,
started this
a
in the
social
60s and
problem.
70s.
I mean, look at the fentanyl thing. I mean, opioids are bad enough, but now you got fentanyl on top of that, and it's like where it's coming. I mean, to me, it's like, why aren't you dropping a armored brigade and an infantry brigade or something down there and just shoot motherfuckers that got fentanyl? I'm not going to
Because
cry.
it's more profitable as it is.
Okay,
Money
here's
is being
what I
made
don't
by
understand.
a lot of people. Screw the humans. Money is being made by a lot of people in this drug trade. So
Well, no. To answer
not
Vaughn's
just the
question,
money,
why
it's
don't
the
we drop
impact.
why don't we drop an armor brigade to deal with it? Because we're the ones making the money from it. Why would we stop our own income?
yeah,
It doesn't matter if people
well,
find
not
it
you,
reprehensible.
not the American citizen.
Yeah,
you
no.
guys are just the victims of
There
this. But your corporate elites are the ones making money on this. Well, in
Yeah,
this case, it's not
and if
really a
American
corporate elite.
citizens go down to the border and try to do their own interdictions and shit, they usually get arrested and run
I've seen
off.
those stories. Yeah, there was a guy. There's a guy who owned land on the border, and he had like a little fence up on his border, and he closed and locked the fence. And agents came down and just like said, "Nope, you can't close the fence." And they came in and they opened the fence up and let everyone in, like 4 or 5 people in.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's private
I can show you the
companies
video.
that own
I'll
land
see if I
that
can find
built
it.
the wall. There's private companies that own land that authorize the wall to be built on their property, and then the feds are coming in behind there saying, "Oh, well, it's not environmentally friendly," and blah blah blah.
There's always a reason.
Yeah, they like I said, they're just not serious about doing it, and they're obviously making money off of it. I mean,
No, it's
the
the
guy
opposite.
that
They are
the guy
serious
in the
about
mechanized
preventing
brigade that would be guarding the border isn't getting anything out of it. It's the guys back in the Pentagon.
Do you think?
It's not that they're not serious about stopping the trade. They're serious about preventing the stopping of the trade. It's the opposite.
Yeah,
they
that's what I was
actually
saying.
are working very hard to keep that going because that funds a lot of things. Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, look at like North Korea. Supposedly we have all this technology that we can find tunnels. They roll these machines along the border. But for some reason, we don't ever do that shit down in Long Mexico. But then they find these like elaborate tunnels, the cartel's already built high-speed rail between like Tijuana and San Francisco, but we can't. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, that's what I'm saying. They have no limit on the money they can spend on what they want, and they do whatever they want.
Well, no. They spend our money, and then our corporate elites make that money back. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's just sponging off the American taxpayer. Is what it is. It's the same thing with the war. It's the same thing with your pharmaceuticals. It's the same thing basically with all your industry. The corporates are just sponging off the taxpayer because you guys are the ones that with the money. So they want to get the money from you.
So anyway, guys,
Well,
it's 4
that's
hours and
also
13
the-
minutes. It's 4 hours and 13 minutes.
Jeez.
So,
I
Jojo, you
was-
continue your last point.
I was going to say, but for the government, that's the only way to give the money back. They should have rich companies get the taxes from them and then to give it to the people, or at least for the people to have jobs, right? In Greece, we don't have a lot of companies, and we don't have jobs. You have to become a civil servant.
No, just lower the taxes. People will keep the money.
Just look the positive sides of the corporations.
No, don't. These corporates are bleeding you dry. Why are you looking at the positive sides of them?
Drew, you got. We all love.
Drew, are you from China?
No, I'm from Singapore. I'm in the same country as
Singapore.
I love the YouTube corporation.
You guys couldn't tell he was Singaporean. He has the same accent.
Yeah.
He said he was Singaporean before.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell from his accent though.
Sorry?
I think this is the third time.
You can tell from your accent you're Singaporean.
Really?
I did.
I haven't started to talk like a Singaporean yet. This isn't English.
We haven't started to talk in Singlish yet. This is just a Singaporean English accent. Yeah.
If we speak in Singlish, you guys will have no chance of understanding us, even though it's English.
All right,
So
Vaughn,
anyway, it's
you and I, Jay, Vaughn, we got to speak in deep Southern drawl. Hang on, none of we saying.
Well, here now, boy. I just want to tell you now, right here, real quick, that America break great country. America, we the world right now. Let me tell you right now. Let me tell you something right now. The boy, the America, we the big bad people right now. We go over there to see it. Is that good? How do they do?
It's pretty good.
Perfect. The interesting thing is that I understand.
Maybe I understand.
When you roll your word together, no, say it. I put the word together and make it one sound.
See, you need to watch King of the Hill. Watch Boomhauer for King of the Hill, and you'll understand how to talk like that.
So anyway, we're going to do closing. It's 4 hours, 35 minutes. That's not reach 5 hours. That's my aim. Never reach 5 hours.
Fair enough.
So, we go around. Jojo, you want to start with your closing? Anything else you want to...
I will say the same thing that I said the previous time, that the world is in need of educated diplomats. For me, that's the turning point. And anything else has a minor impact, but a diplomat can change everything. And when I've seen Liz Truss going to make a deal with Lavrov, I said, what is this? What is this? I was so disappointed about the UK. That's what I have to say. I think you understand my point.
Alan?
Yeah, no, I get it. But first things first, I wasn't here for the discussion about, I guess, whatever's in the title. I don't know if you guys talked about it or not. And there was a bunch of... You talked about it at the beginning. I mean, I remember last stream, there's a guy, he was here too. He kept calling himself coping things, and he called himself that because I made that little prediction way back when, and it was off. But at the same time, this conflict, we talk about the strategy, and we talk about the tactics, and then we talked about the geopolitical things. I still struggle to wrap my head around how these discussions happen, but no one ever really steps forward and is willing to make the statement of, hey, I was wrong. And I'm not saying you guys, I mean, it's just a very prevalent thing. A lot of people say that, and I want to try to emphasize that not only for everyone here, but everyone watching and everyone who wants to learn about the things in the world they live in, like I do, but are surrounded by people who are so hardline in their beliefs that doing so would be, I guess, an insult to their ego, to their character. Keep pushing forward to all those people. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. You're not stuck at some sort of a... I know I'm kind of like doing a soapbox kind of thing, but someone needs to say it.
One word: tribalism. That's what you're fighting.
You're fighting tribalism, but it doesn't mean it's impossible to spread the good truth, spread good knowledge to good people. Apart from that, I'm very hungry, and since these go for so long, I'm gonna stop right now.
Vaughn is muted. Yes.
Oh, I thought he was leaving, so I said see.
No,
you.
I'm going to stick around at least for a couple more minutes to hear you guys say.
Caroline, is it how you pronounce your name?
Oh, call me Carl. Carl, the German Carl.
Carl.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I wasn't prepared for this, to be honest.
Me neither, bro.
It's okay.
I don't
just
know. I don't know when will be the next session. I was
Every
thinking
week.
about to make a prediction what will happen on the field by the next week, but it's pretty short. I think if probably Russia is pushing hard now. I see around Bakhmut they would like to prove, and I think for the home audience as well and internationally as well. I don't know how successful will be that. Probably Ukraine will lose some territory now, I think, but I'm pretty sure that they will do more damage on the Russian fuel depots and ammo dumps and things like that. And I think they will prepare for a spring offensive when they try to break through the Russian lines. But for the next week, probably nothing will happen if there will be no. But probably the temperature will be dropped. I think so. Maybe there will be more movement available for the track vehicles. We'll see. Next week we can recap that.
Cool. Then Jay, your turn to closing.
Another banger, but by you, obviously, Wyatt, DPA. You know me, America should rule the world because we're number one. Obviously, we should spread the glory of American football to all countries to let them know why it's the best sport in the world. Despite your continued attempts, downplay it. It is the best sport in the world. Generates so much money. Even despite, it's probably makes more money than, rugby and, soccer combined. But other than that, though, all jokes aside, even though it's not a joke, it's real. But I just want to let you know that I'm always pro common sense. We should have zero war. Hope that we, come to a conclusion, that they make a deal, and that hopefully we don't have World War III. Because every day that this conflict goes on, we get closer to that, whether we acknowledge it or not. And that's all I have to say.
Go Eagles.
Well, I would like to say I miss being on these. I'm glad I caught the tail end of this one. Hopefully, I'll be able to jump on at the tail end of these in the future. I'd like to make a prediction as well of how the war will actually go, because my feeling is that you see, Russians are chess players. They are always going to implement game theory when they make a decision. So they always, what game theory is basically, you when you take a step, you think about what the opponent will do. So the worst case scenario for Russia is that NATO just goes all in and just starts to mobilize and get on the industrial scale for its get on the war footing for its economy. So to prevent that, we see what they're doing. They're grinding the enemy down slowly. They're boiling the frog slowly in the pan. If they do a huge aero offensive, for example, if Bakhmut falls too fast, or if any of the they suddenly take a city and cover huge territory, they are going to trigger a huge response from NATO. So I don't think they're going to do that. They're just going to slowly grind them down, and they're going to wait for the reserve currency of BRICS to come online. Because once the reserve currency for BRICS comes online, globally, the US dollar is going to get dumped. It will cause hyperinflation in the US, and that will turn off the tap of military assistance from the US to Ukraine, because they will have a lot more problems for themselves domestically than to fund a war which is on a different continent. So I think anybody that's going to looking forward to a huge winter offensive is going to be disappointed. I don't think anything major is going to happen. We'll see the line slowly creeping along. I mean, even if you watch the show by the Earl Grey, he said anecdotally that he was interviewing one of the soldiers, and they were very angry because every time they are close to crushing the enemy in Bakhmut, they just need one more push, they are ordered to retreat. Every single time they get close to surrounding them, ordered to retreat. Because what Russia is trying to do is not to crush them. I mean, this is the same reason why they didn't blow the Dnieper bridges. Why you blow the Dnieper bridges? Because those are the bridges that allow the soldiers and the weapons to come in to get destroyed in the meat grinder in Bakhmut. They're just going to slowly grind them until the West is incapable because of hyperinflation to support the war, and then the big move will come. Not before that. So it will take a couple of years, I think.
Yes. Okay. So Karen.
So I'm just wondering how far Russia's gonna go, if they're gonna actually capture Odessa or not. And if they do, when it all comes over, I wonder what Poland's gonna do, because they keep building up like the forces and that, and Poland's just kind of looking kind of strange to me. Like, I feel like they're gonna do something. I don't know. They have a lot of radicals in the government. That's just what I think. Who kind of don't really like Russia for some reason. But yeah, that's just my closing. I think to watch out for Poland, see what Poland's gonna do.
Karen, where are you from?
England.
England. Well, do email me your contact so that we can keep in contact. And Vaughn.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think the Russians are just gonna keep probing, and where there's an opening, they'll break. They'll push through. I think you can see little spots here and there where it's happening. I actually kind of makes sense that they would do something like that as far as advance, then pull back, let them get hit when they fill in the space, and then push back. I mean, I could see them being something that they would do, because it feeds into the whole narrative of them grinding them down. And I just figure Bakhmut, north and south of that, I think is the key area just to keep watching, because I think that's where there's going to be the opening, because it's just they're rotating guys in and out. It's completely mud. It's cold. It's freezing. It's snowing. I just figure that's the spot that's going to break somewhere. And my other thing is everybody comes on here and talks. You're more welcome to come on here and talk. And one thing I'll say is I don't believe anybody on these shows or in the chat, for the most part, is spreading misinformation or just saying stupid shit. If you got something to say, you can come on here and say it, and most of the time people will listen to it and either make you prove it or whatever, but not in a hostile way. And there's a lot of people out there, and I'm not going to say their names because I don't want to give their platforms any extra views, but people talk about stuff like, I know it's going to sound ridiculous, imagine that Wagner, there's so much open source information available on Wagner. If you see people talking about stuff, go look it up yourself. Doesn't matter if it's Wagner, Russian tanks, HIMARS. I mean, there's guys out there saying that 1777's been destroyed this whole time and no HIMARS. And this guy's got like hundreds of thousands of fucking subs. And he's charging people some ridiculous money to be on some like alert status thing he's got and all this shit. And he breaks in all the time and tells you like, oh, Russia's on fire. And it's like a fucking taxi cab hit a light pole and caught on fire in Moscow. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, what did they launch ACAMs or something? But
bro, I think
I'm just saying, when you hear stuff, it's not hard to go on Telegram, Wikipedia, YouTube, and look up stuff and at least see what you're hearing is true or not, or hear different opinions. Because it's kind of pathetic that some of these guys have huge followings and they sit there and spew that shit. And you know, especially when they have other guests on there, so-called experts from alphabet agencies. And it's like, dude, everything you're saying is a talking point that I heard, you know, some other guy say from some other guy on. So it's like, there's no video link, there's no story, there's no interview, there's nothing to back up what they're saying. It's just an assertion they heard, a talking point, like, you know, Russia bad, and then they don't extrapolate why Russia is bad. So just do your own research. Come on here, talk. If you have a question, ask it. People will actually look up stuff and try to find videos for you and links and stuff. So there's no excuse to be uninformed about the war or the geopolitics of the war. As always, it's a great show. I love being here and seeing everybody and all the questions and everybody talking. It's always great. It makes you wonder why they don't do that in the centers of government. But then I guess you don't make no money doing that.
Or in the centers of cities.
Yeah.
I got a feeling I know what you're talking about, by the way, as far as the YouTuber, if that's what you're talking about.
I have a list. I have a list.
There's a couple who are like really big YouTubers who are really, let's just put it pro-Western, who spew a lot of BS disinformation.
And it's kind of sad that they use their backgrounds to do that. It's like, dude, you can look up shit. You got access to real people. Like, why aren't you getting them in here? You know, instead of just having, you know, like, I got John Bolton on. Oh, good.
You know
What's he
why?
going to say? I wonder what he's going to say.
You know why, though? Because in the YouTube algorithm, if you're pro-Western, if you're pro-Ukrainian, you make bank.
Oh, yeah.
You make bank. You make bank. That's why.
That's why we should appreciate Wyatt more for staying neutral and not be tempted by too much bank. A little bit of bank.
Yeah, but you know what, though, man? You know what? Why you work in IT and you're Singapore, man? You already making bank as it is, bro. We already know. If you were to come to the US, you be big balling, honestly. He'd be a big baller in the US. He laughing, but he knows it. He knows he would be big balling if he's in the US.
No.
Don't tempt him. We'll lose the platform.
Don't tempt him. He's being modest. It's okay though. We know why. We know.
You could get hired.
He's thinking now. He's thinking how many Ferraris can he get?
Oh yeah, you know how you know our houses and everything is so expensive in Singapore, and our cars, you know, at one the cheapest car we can get a Ferrari in USA. So no, it's like
that's what I'm saying. If you
Wyatt,
Wyatt,
you want to have your mind blown? Look up land values in the central US.
Yeah.
It's empty.
You know, it's something that I sometimes dreams about. You know, what if I'm?
Hey, let me ask you guys this. Why specifically? Do any of you know of a major mainstream source you can go to for at least somewhat neutral information on the war? I mean, ISW always comes to mind, but they're not neutral. Do you guys know of any mainstream source that's somewhat neutral that you can go to for the war?
Mainstream.
Yes.
Mainstream source.
Anything that's somewhat neutral?
I've even looked at like Jane's Defense Weekly, and even that shit. You know, you think it would just be all military, and it still leans really bad.
Is there anything at all? Anything?
There might be, because I don't really look at mainstream media for reporting.
It's more like you'd have to go through it and find bits and pieces and put it together that way. There's not going to be any. I don't think there's any good reliable sources.
Have you said about the Jains?
What?
Have you said about the Jains?
Oh, I just said Jane's Defense Weekly. That's a military publication. I mean, I tried looking at them, and it's behind a paywall and stuff. But all the articles were like, you know, game changers and stuff like that. So it's probably not going to be very informative. It's not going to give you a realistic view of what's going on or what the weapons are doing.
The way to use mainstream media is understand the tilt of the publication. For example, ISW. If ISW says good things about Ukraine, you ignore it. But if it says bad things about Ukraine, you can believe it. So that's how I use mainstream media. So if you look at, like, you know, in Russian, pro-Russian ones, if they say good things about Russia, that's propaganda. You ignore it. But if they say bad things about Russia, then it's more believable. So you just
and
pick
also
out
they
the
don't
negative things
have.
from both sides, and then you get a
I think
clearer
you can
picture.
use the MSN kind of like breadcrumbs. You know, you pick pieces out of there, then go do research somewhere else to find out if what they're saying jives with the facts and stuff. So you just have to.
And also, you can't get the real facts. I think no one, even these journalists or these analysts, can't get access to the real numbers, for example. So it's very hard to draw a realistic picture about the status of the war. When, for example, the two different parties, like the Ukrainian and the Russians, are reporting so different numbers, you know, like 1,000 percentage different. Like Ukrainians like talking about 10 tanks, the Russians are just saying it was just 1 tank. So until you don't have information on this, I think no one is really can give you a neutral view.
And can we even trust a source at this point? I mean, if even Reuters, who is supposed to be renowned as being a source that's neutral and gets it right the first time, can we even trust a source that comes out? And not even
what I've seen a lot of, I'm sure you guys have seen this too. So, let's say a new source comes out, right? Someone starts doing this. Like, this is why I love DPA so much. Someone comes out and starts doing this neutral. Within 3 or 4 months, you'll see them take a side. There's so many like minor journalistic like websites and like YouTube channels that I've followed for over the years, and it's like they started off neutral and they covered everything, and then slowly over time they just kind of shifted over and over and over and over. That's why I'm so shocked with DPA. Like this, it hasn't happened yet. At least from my perspective. I don't know about you guys. I guarantee you guys think the same thing.
I agree with you. I think, and why this to your credit, you've even admitted that most of the people who follow your channel are pro-Russian, and you call that out multiple times. Actually, I've heard you call it. I give you credit for that because you make it.
But I'm telling the truth is pro-Russian in our days, you know.
That's not what I'm trying to say. Is he makes it a point to differentiate himself from being pro-Russian by calling out that point. See what I'm saying? He calls it out.
Yeah, it's really difficult to stay neutral because when you stay neutral, both sides hate you.
I understand that.
You know.
What I'm saying though is that Wyatt, yes or no, you have called out the point that you've had a lot of people who are on your channel who are pro-Russian, yes?
Yeah.
And he calls it out. So that's him saying a lot of people do this, but that's him showing himself that he is neutral by calling that point out and still giving the facts as he sees it.
Yeah, I mean that's where the whole copium thing came from. It's like people were bitching so much. It's like nice cope. That's the answer to everything, either side. I was just gonna say one other thing too with I'll let somebody else go. I forgot. Never mind.
I'm not pro-Russian and I'm following Wyatt, but it's not because it's because I see that he goes to the details. He do a very good research, so I'm interested on the details what he covers up. So I think because that's important, even if you're pro-Russian or pro-Ukraine, to know what is real, behind.
I'm not pro-Russian
that's
either.
My point.
I was going to say
even if you are pro-Ukraine, you have to know the truth. So you need to know both sides, because when there is censorship, which I heard that there was quite heavy censorship in Europe, that's actually a bad thing, because then you can be duped by your government into making bad decisions, and you wouldn't know because you are not informed. So being pro-Ukrainian is okay. I think it's perfectly fine, because I highly encourage pro-Ukrainians to come on and share a different point of view. But the problem is that we need to share the perspective on both sides so that we can get the aggregate and to find out what is the truth, which is why in my map I have actually 2 maps. One is the pro-Ukrainian map, one is the Russian map. It's actually not one map. I try to emphasize this. It's actually 2 different maps putting together.
And actually, after all the time, after each conversation, we learn something. For example, in my case, I will review these 2014 atrocities, what you mentioned, because to be honest, I didn't focus on that at all before. I didn't, but maybe it's more important than I thought. But also, I think on the other side, there is always the conversation. I think it's very important. So that's what to talk through, because that's where the truth is somewhere in the middle always,
Yeah.
So I was going to say, I was just going to say real quick too. I think another indication that, I mean, I'm not trying to be pro-Russian. I'm just going by what I see and basing my opinion on this. I think another real indication that Russia is doing well in the war, if you want to call it that, is if you look at the amount of surveillance platforms the United States has available to it to cover that area, Where's the pictures of the 10 dead tanks? Where's the satellite photos of the fields full of human waves of dead Russians? I mean, if they wanted to embarrass Russia and shut Russia down and put Russia in its place, they could do that. They don't even have to show the pictures at their best magnification. And they could say, look, Russia's saying that didn't happen. Well, here's the fucking proof. There's 500 dead guys laying in a field, and there's 3 dead T-90s. You know, I mean, we don't see that ever. I'm not saying the Russians don't show a lot of stuff, but they do show stuff. I'm just saying it's like these massive claims. And the United States could shut Russia down in a second. Oh, that didn't happen. Yeah, it did, dude. Look, right here. Here's the train station we bombed. There's all the dead tanks. But they don't do it. So that tells me something. I think that's a good indication that things are not going well, and they haven't gone well from the very beginning, other than early on with the stoppage of the run to Kiev. From that point forward, it just seems like it's been a slow grind, and you never see any way of proof to back up any kind of giant claim. I mean, even when they sunk the Moskva, it took days to see a picture of it. And they got satellites over that shit. They know what happened. They probably watched that motherfucker get hit in real time.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's all I'm saying is, like, do your research, look into stuff, you know, don't believe everything you see.
Okay. Congratulations, guys. We reached 5 hours.
No, stop it before 5 hours.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Hey, Jay,
it was nice to talk to you guys.
We got like 30 seconds left. Okay, so if you want to actually keep going, you got to make it at least 30 more seconds.
No, I'm out of here.
Round it up.
I'm hungry, guys.
Okay.
I'll see you guys
Bye,
next
guys.
week.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for watching.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
See you all.
Day.
Bye.
Thanks, Wyatt.
Thank you, Caroline. See you next week, if you can.
Probably because football is playoffs are going. But you call that
we shall see. We shall see how, because it's okay. We will see how it goes.
All right, bro. Till then.
Bye. So that's all, guys. Thank you for watching. This is the episode 13 of the open mic. Crazy shit. We reached 5 hours again. Why 5 hours? I already tried to stop it. So anyway, thank you for watching. Hope you guys enjoy it. As usual, we did on both sides, on the main channel and this channel. So if you have not subscribed to DPA IRL, please subscribe. Because I'm trying to build up this channel, so eventually, hopefully, that we can actually go independent and without depending on the main channel to get more people to come over. And so do subscribe. And also, the whole point of the open mic is exactly this. Today we have, I think, 2 or 3 pro-Ukrainian guys, which is good. Although a few of them tends to get grilled because their facts are very different from the people who do follow the pro-Russian narratives. So that happens, but be brave, because if you believe that what you learn or what you know is the truth, then you should not be afraid to come on to challenge this pro-Russian trolls of their facts. Fight them with your own facts, and then let the viewers decide what is the truth. That is the best. Like my mapping is on both sides, and then when you put them together, you kind of get somewhat where is the reality actually is. So hope you guys enjoy it. All these open mic will eventually all be made into clips, and then it will be uploaded on the DPA IRL channel. So we can actually watch some of the conversations, just that conversation, and a bit more digestible. I'm still figuring out how best to do these clips, because doing 5 hours of small clips might be not very practical. So maybe moving forward, it will only be the best conversations in that episode, and then so something like this. So still trying to figure out with the other guy who is doing the editing as well with me. So thank you everyone for watching. Do continue to support. The mapping is currently behind a paywall, unfortunately, because the views are not high, because I'm not pro-Ukrainian. Nobody want to watch it, so no choice. That helps to build up some revenue to make sure that I can continue to work on this. It doesn't help because the holiday period is gone. I think the advertising clicks is cheaper. The bid price is lower, So the revenue as a result on YouTube is also much lower as well. Despite, it seems like the view counts did not really change much between now and maybe a month ago, but actually the revenue has dropped by half. So it just coincides with the monetization of the mapping. So yeah, so so that's that. I'm not sure why Joshua Valencia is in here. Why are you here? It's ready to close.
All right, sorry, buddy. I'll see you next time.
See you back. Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you. There will be the next open mic will be next Sunday again. Every Sunday, and if there is if I'm gonna do not on Sunday, I'll try to inform. Usually timings are very hard to pin down. Like I wanted to do this 3 hours, 2 hours earlier, but then I was very tired, so I went for a nap. So it's not very professional, I know, but unfortunately, that's how reality is. So my mommy is very happy. Not my real mommy. She's very happy that she can catch it live. So yeah, thank you for watching. Hope you guys like it. Do share all this to more people, because sharing actually helps to grow the channel a lot faster actually than even pressing the like button. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next update. Okay, I should actually do this. I should do this. Oops. Why is it me? Oh, I forgot to remove my